Otra mañana estamos en vivo y en directo desde el Casino del Tío Salo. Obviamente les traigo al gran Farhan, al gran Alex, para que estén aquí ayudándonos y asistiéndonos con toda la información que necesitamos. Les tengo que decir, tal vez salga corriendo por acá, que acabo de cambiar mi dieta y digamos que las cosas no van tan bien. Pero bueno, eso es por aquí y allá. Vamos a ver el día de hoy cómo va el mercado. Recuerden, una tabla por persona, déjenlo acá para todos los miembros del canal de YouTube. And for all of you guys who are watching this in English and wondering what the fuck is going on, we're trading. We're live trading. I got Farhan here. A lot of you guys know him as Forexi. He's been a fucking part of the YouTube channel for forever. I'd say the community on the YouTube channel. And also my boy Alex. They're going to bring the heat right now. So get ready. This is the way we do it. We trade. I'm sorry. We look at prices. We look at comments. We look at your charts. If you have any questions, hit us up with it so we can explain. That's the whole point of this, right? It's more like a class, really, more than a degen place, but we're going to be degening too. I'm 100% sure of it. And yeah, that's basically it. So after I'm done analyzing, after we're done analyzing something, I go back, I say it in Spanish so that everyone understands too. So here we go. Boys, welcome. Thank you so much for your patience. Farhan, I know you're muted. I can see it. I can see it.
I always leave myself muted.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? How's your morning going?
Good. Let's just say I can't complain about a thing or two here. But if you guys are thinking about becoming carnivores and doing the carnivore diet, just know that there's a bridge in time where you just have uncontrollable diarrhea.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just there's just no escaping it.
It's straight up leaking.
It's straight up. It's terrible. All right. Let's fucking get going with this. I think, number one, I want to tell everyone, and I'm going to do this in English and Spanish. All of our links are below if you want to trade with us. There's our U.S. exchange, Blofin. There's Bitget too, which is an international exchange with lower fees. And there's also our Discord down at the bottom, so you guys join it and also get some insider tips here and there on it. So, y para todos los que me están escuchando, tenemos aquí abajo en la descripción del video todos los enlaces para que puedan meterse a Bitget, que es nuestro exchange internacional con menos fees, pero también tenemos nuestro exchange nacional en Estados Unidos que también funciona internacional sin KYC, que se llama Blofin. Bitget tiene menores fees por si les interesa, y también tenemos el Discord aquí abajo para que se puedan unir y platicar con nosotros. Whew. All right. I feel like this is an interesting morning. Shall we start with Bitcoin, and which one of you guys want to bring up the chart first, and let's go with that?
We also got to remember today is one of those FOMC days.
Yes.
So we gotta cross our fingers and hope Daddy Powell doesn't shove it where it doesn't belong.
It doesn't pound us today.
I don't think he will.
The data came out pretty good this morning, honestly.
Well, pretty bad, which is pretty good for us, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I mean,
I'll fucking take it.
Yeah, and markets are reacting nicely. So I mean, currently what we have here is we've been having a pullback on Bitcoin for a few days. An area me and Farhan were mentioning yesterday was this 65K region. For me, I got that just based on the weekly EMA 9. We can see the reaction it gave last time it tapped it. So we have to assume it's strong support until proven otherwise. Last night, we basically almost hit it, right? Bitcoin went all the way down to 65,300 region. And currently it's sitting right around 65,000. And it will keep moving up, per the weekly closers. But yeah, Bitcoin's looking good. If we go to a lower time frame, like a daily, you can see it's basically just kind of consolidating, which is kind of what we want. It's still holding the low that it formed on July 25th. And overall, it's not looking the worst. We are seeing that we're pressing up against resistance right now, which currently is right around that 66,800, 67,000 level, while also the daily EMA 9 is keeping price down for now. Usually on, FOMC days, price likes to just consolidate, kind of trap everyone by just kind of being choppy. And then the real move happens right around that press conference when we get the data. So it's going to be an interesting day to kind of see how markets shape up overall, because on New York Open today, things aren't looking the worst, especially with Dixie coming down. If we go and look over at Dixie, we can see after the data, Dixie had a nice fall. It tried to reclaim what was resistance, but failed to do that, and then had a nice deviation down, which puts pressure on risk on assets because it has like an inverse relationship, Dixie versus risk on. So whenever you see this come down, especially today, almost 0.5% is a pretty big move for Dixie overall. It should put pressure on risk on like Bitcoin. So that's something I'm watching overall. On the lower time frames, like the 2 hour, I'm watching to see how this closes in, I guess in 4 minutes now. It will be pretty telling if we can get above this EMA 9, which has been pretty strong resistance up until now. We're seeing that breakout, it hit resistance. So ideally, what I would like to see is maybe just some consolidation above that up until the event. That would be nice in my opinion. You can see the reaction here. Last time it got above, it was kind of game on. So this is a promising sign. I would like to see this hold up until the event. But like I said, there's just always a lot of, price is always choppy right before. So I'm not expecting too much on Bitcoin, but overall, it's looking pretty good. Consolidation is definitely what bulls want here. And it just puts pressure on bears to kind of make a move fast. And if they don't, and if Powell does what we think he's going to do, which will be dovish, then overall, I think Bitcoin will have steam to go up.
Anything you want to add, Farhan, to this? You're muted again. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's going to take a while.
It's going to be a minute before I realize it. But basically, the same thing I was looking at is the 9 EMA on the weekly, same as Alex, that we almost kind of touched it, but everybody else is watching the same area as well. So it does make sense that we would front run it by a few $100s, which is like not even 0.5% on what Bitcoin is right now. And what I'm watching for on the daily is the same thing where we bounce down to our previous support area. And what we have as the median on my HPDR indicator, which is what like the magnet for price action likes to consolidate around. For the past couple of days, and since we hit 68,000, like 68.8s around the 24th or the 25th, we ended up getting a sharp move down from there. But since then, we've been below that median. And after yesterday's close, we finally were able to reclaim it. And we're on the 5-day, we're still above the red 5 exponential moving average. So if you notice on every single one of the trending upwards moves, like when we moved up from 30s to high 40s, then we moved up from 40s up to 70K, each one of those was on that 5-day setup when it reclaimed the 5 EMA. And for now, on the 5-day, we're still using the 5 EMA as support, and we're basing off of it to move up higher.
Nice. So things are looking good. As long as Uncle Jerome Powell doesn't fuck us in the ass completely raw, we should be good. And I think he won't. I think it's in his best interest today to make sure that we all know that the rate cut's coming.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It feels like that's right because everything is just so shit. Like there's like so many conflicts going on, so many, president assassinations and all these things that are happening that everyone already forgot about. Why are you going to fucking throw us bad news with the market? Just throw us a bone. Let us have the rip. Let us enjoy the money. And then you can take the country to the direction you want to take it, which is garbage. So which is great. Yeah, it's fine.
If I was to place FOMC, I don't usually play FOMC, but if I was going to, I would wait for the rate number to come out. Into that, I'm thinking we're going to dump a little bit because everybody already expects this rates to be unchanged. And then after in about 30 minutes, when Powell gets on the press conference, I think we're going to turbo reverse from there.
Usually that's where the real move comes, The first move's a fake out. The second's the real move during the press conference.
I mean, we saw it with Trump. When Trump was talking about Bitcoin and how great Bitcoin was, it was like a mega dump, and then it was a super pump. So, yeah, I mean, that's how the market moves. I like it. All right, let me share in Espanol with everybody. Probably I should open my charts. Let me get my shit together, boys. All right, here we go. Let me present this screen right here. All righty. All right, you guys heard it in English, so take a break. We're going into full Spanish mode. Ahora sí, damas y caballeros, tenemos la tabla de Bitcoin el día de hoy. Vamos a empezar con Bitcoin, analizándolo rápidamente. Hemos tenido bastante buen movimiento. Si estamos viendo la semanal, podemos ver lo bien que estamos parados en este momento. El precio es $66,486 y en la vela semanal ha estado rangueando entre los 70,000 y los 65,336. Mucha gente está espantada por eso. Vamos a ponerlo en la diaria para que tengan un poco de perspectiva. Podemos ver que en la misma diaria esta tendencia alcista, Bitcoin no la perdió ayer y ahora está intentando buscar entrar una vez más. Si prendemos nuestros indicadores, podemos ver que el EMA 21 fue aquí testeado como lo hizo aquí y aguantó bastante bien y ahora queremos pasar del 9, pero si lo vemos en la semanal, simplemente estamos rebotando con fuerza en el EMA 9, que es bastante buena señal, ni siquiera hemos ido a tocar el 21 y parece que tal vez podemos aguantar, todo depende de qué nos vaya a decir el tío Jerome Powell el día de hoy, pero la cosa se ve bastante bien en estos momentos para Bitcoin, siguiendo empujar esta resistencia, sobre todo cuando consideramos y estamos volteando a ver al dólar. Lo voy a poner rápidamente en la diaria para que tengan una mejor visión de ello. Pueden ver que el dólar oficialmente, les voy a quitar estos indicadores, el dólar oficialmente está cayendo. Tienes altos más altos, un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, una posible caída de este punto que es bastante importante en los 104. En los 104.39, 104.039. Ahora estás teniendo esta caída. Queremos confirmar abajo de los 103.6. Eso es lo que para mí sería ideal y ahí empezaríamos a buscar el objetivo de la media del canal, que son los $102. ¿Ok? Algo importante que quiero rápidamente platicar con ustedes es, si volteamos a ver a Lockheed Martin, una empresa militar, vean simplemente en época lo que está pasando. Esto probablemente nos esté diciendo que vaya a haber un conflicto armado mucho más grande, una impresión muy potente de dinero que se viene por acá. Este tipo de movimientos lo hemos visto antes, por supuesto, cuando tenemos este tipo de movimientos gigantes. ¿Cuándo creen que lo vemos, no? Estos movimientos tan enormes. Sencillo. Antes y hasta el COVID, luego bajó, obviamente, y luego tienes este otro movimiento y esto fue antes la guerra de Rusia. Esto fue literalmente octubre del 2022 y acá tuviste octubre del 2023 con otro subidongo y aquí vamos a otro, en lo que parece que, y no solamente es Lockheed Martin, si pongo Raytheon y lo ponemos aquí, espérame, ¿cuál era Raytheon? Raytheon, ¿cómo lo? Un segundito, lo tengo escrito acá. Es RTX, qué tonto soy. RTX. Si ponemos esto acá también, pueden ver cómo está haciendo básicamente lo mismo. Esto fue octubre del 2023 y para arriba, y aquí viene otro subidongo. Así que simplemente pongamos atención a esto, porque algo nos está contando las tablas. Pero bueno, vamos a seguir de degenerados. Da igual esto. Yo creo que solamente era importante notarlo y también notar el día de ayer lo de Nvidia. Pero bueno, ahorita le vamos a dar estas tablas. Y vamos a empezar. Una vez más, les dejamos aquí abajo para que puedan disfrutar de todos nuestros exchanges, que les regalen tantito dinero. Tenemos Blofin, que es exchange que funciona en Estados Unidos, fuera de Estados Unidos, con los mejores fees. Sin KYC. No tiene los mejores fees de la historia, pero Bitget sí. Si estás fuera de Estados Unidos, te recomendamos que uses Bitget porque tiene mejores fees. Se los dejamos ahí abajo. Y también abajo está nuestro Discord para que se unan, vengan a platicar con nosotros, se roben nuestras ideas y luego digan, fue mi idea hacer todo este dinero, mamá. Así que me voy a cambiar del sótano a uno de los cuartos de arriba. Vale. All right, boys. Let us get started. And Nicolas Medina, who has nothing to do with Maduro, I promise you, he's asking for Tesla.
Tesla, yeah. I was looking at that today. It's looking pretty good. Let's see here.
Look at us looking at price action. Yeah. Oh, yes, Bitcoin, yes. I'm liking what I'm seeing this morning, boys. I'm not going to lie. Hopefully, it'll continue. There you go. We got Tesla going.
Nice. So, yeah, Tesla's looking pretty good, actually. We can see here that on the daily, just very slightly, it lost support here. But something that we were talking about in the stream, we do have that EMA 100 on the daily, which should act as strong support holding. So we see that it did bounce off of it, reclaim support, and then now today we're seeing it push above its daily EMA 9, which is very nice because you can see when Tesla gets back above it, it likes to hold it in trending moves, especially to the upside. So it's looking pretty strong. It's holding where it needs to hold. It kind of plays into why today's pretty important overall to see kind of how the market reacts and how it opens tomorrow. Holding this strength is welcoming. And we're kind of seeing that across the board. Risk on is kind of catching a bid, which makes me believe that that's going to bleed into Bitcoin. It's just simply lagging. If we go here on Tesla to the 4-hour, you can see here that this 4-hour is looking quite strong currently, and it based right off support. And is not trying to hold this EMA 9 on the 4-hour. So ideally, what we want to see is Tesla to keep holding that 220 level. The nice part about this EMA as well is it'll keep moving with price. Let's throw the 21 on. So you can see here, I like using the 21 as well in confluence with the 9. You can see here that currently it is acting as slight support. If Tesla can close a 4-hour, let's say back above $232 and like 50 cents, that would look as a very good buy signal to me. We're most likely going to have another push up to that. Ideally, we first go to 255.59, just this last breakdown high that we had on July 23rd. If we can break this high here, I'd be pretty confident that we're probably going to test this 262 resistance. And by then, if Tesla does reach all the way back up here, I would assume there's probably a lot of shorts built up around this level. So I would then be watching this 262 to either get a breakout and a base as support, kind of like what we saw right here, where it was trying to flip into support, but lost it and deviated, and then flipped into resistance. So it would be nice to actually hold this as support to give us the Tesla bulls essentially a chance to reach that glorious $300 level, in my opinion.
That'd be pretty sweet. I have a question for you, Alex. I think it's important for people, for us to do this. We haven't done it yet, but if you were going to do an entry on Tesla right now, how would you place it? Would it be long? Would it be short? And what would you expect from it? Where would you kill it? What's your stop loss, etc.?
Yeah, good question. So ideally, if I was looking to play Tesla right now, let's assume we don't have like the data coming out, and this is just how the current market looks without that pre-looming. I would assume that this is looking strong and that it is holding support. So ideally, I would have looked for an entry at that 220 level. I would have gone to a lower time frame, basically like an hourly, and I would have seen this basing, even though it was under the 9 of the 21. I would have at least been confident in my support level, had a bid here, and then had a bid also at the hourly EMA 100. Where my stop would have just been simply right around this low here that it made on July 24th. I would have had it just slightly a little below it because we don't want Tesla to break this low in my theory. The reason why is because there's probably a lot of short, there's a lot of stops built up here. So if longs are, assuming that this is consolidation where it reclaims support and now we're just basing off of it, we definitely don't want this low to break. Which ideally then the hourly EMA 100 would move up slightly, kind of getting a back above this low. So if we get back under this low, I would assume also we're probably under the EMA 100 on the hourly. And you can see here that Tesla left kind of a big gap here. So I wouldn't want to be holding a long if we're breaking down, which in my opinion would mean we're breaking this low. But yeah, I would basically be bidding my meme line essentially at that 220 level. Now, if I'm not in now currently, I would not be buying here, longing. The reason just is because, like I mentioned on the 4-hour, we are pressing up against resistance. So I want to see where this 4-hour closes first. Let's say that we then get above this 4-hour close, above the EMA 21, while the EMA 9 holds. I would then look for an entry either at the 21 or for more of a modest entry at the 9, EMA 9. And then the theory on that would be that the 9 would hold on the 4-hour, very much like what we saw here. And then you could just either have your hard stop loss at this low here that was created on the 24th of July, or front run it if we start breaking down. We lose the 21, caution, that would to me be cautious. I'd be very cautious at that point. Once we lose that 9, EMA 9 on the 4-hour, I would just cut the trade before it hits my stop.
Or you can short right there and then do your stop loss right above it, right?
You could.
If you get to that point, yeah,
absolutely. The issue with that is it's quite aggressive because then you know that we still have support here. So then if we go back to the hourly,
I mean, it's too small of a bounce,
yeah,
to the downside.
So then the easy short trigger would be if we get like a higher time frame close, if especially like a daily close, let's say under the meme line. To me, this would just look like a deviation, potentially a lower high, and I would short the what's it called?
220.
Yeah, I would short 220 right on the bearish retest, and then I would be watching the EMA 100 on the daily not to hold. Now, if it starts holding again, then again you have to just be cautious and be aware that lower time frames start reclaiming the meme line while this held on the daily. I would probably cut this short. But yeah, that's how I would play it. With trading, you always have to just have an open mind on every scenario, so there's no surprises. If this happens, then I'll do that, long or short, right? So a lot of scenarios here, but that's why I just break it down. If you're just trading, overall, I like sticking just to the 4 hour, honestly. The 4 hour makes it easier. Little more patience is constituted when trading the 4 hour, but it does make it nicer and easier to trade. And you can see here, it's very clean. It helps support. The S21 is acting as resistance. So you can either wait for a reclaim of that or just see if this 9 keeps holding. If we keep basing off of it, then just, I guess, long the EMA 9, essentially cut if we lose and have a hard stop loss around this low here.
Got it. Makes perfect sense. Perfecto. All righty. Let me just share with everyone now in Espanol. Here we go, boys.
After you're done, I have something to show on Tesla too, which I think is pretty interesting.
No, hit us. I mean, then I'll translate both things. This way I work less.
Here's one thing that you always want to keep in mind. Like, it's not something you would trade off of, but it offers you confluence to your previous ideas. And right now, Tesla does have a gap to the downside. And this shows you the ratio of how many calls there are to puts. And as you can see, like, you don't even have to look at the numbers, but you can see there's clearly a lot more calls than there are puts. And it tells you right here, the call open interest total is about 361,222 call contracts for people who are long. People who are short is currently 266,815. So just based off of this alone, you can see that the market is a little weighted towards the long side than it is the short side. And most people are usually wrong.
Interesting. I like it.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, now I'll steal your idea and make it sound like it was mine, Farhad. So get ready. Get ready to live what everyone lived through when I was a filmmaker, and I took credit for all the stuff that they did. All right, here we go. Tesla. Vamos a empezar con Tesla rápidamente. Le pregunté a Alex dónde vería buena oportunidad en la tabla. El precio en este momento está en 232.91. Tiene un buen rebote. Sobre todo estamos viendo en la semanal. Los voy a poner en la diaria para que tengan una mejor perspectiva de esto. Hemos visto el precio llegar a topar en los 271. Estamos rangueando en la zona de los 220, que ha funcionado bastante bien como soporte hasta este momento, y tenemos un buen rebote. Cuando volteamos a ver también nuestros indicadores, podemos ver que estamos intentando retomar el EMA 9 y estamos intentando retomar el EMA 21, pero aquí hay confluencia en los 204 del SMA 200 y el EMA 100. Y para el setup que estábamos platicando, vamos a ver en la gráfica de 4 horas, de que se poble esto. Como pueden ver, tuvimos un buen rebote en el EMA 9. Acá, lo que nos está llevando a este rango, que nos tiene rangueando entre el EMA 9 y el EMA 21. Un segundo. Farhan, I don't know if you're here, or Alex, if you can answer this to me.
Yeah.
So there was a cross right here between EMA 9 and EMA 21. Is that that's not a silver cross, right? I just always keep fucking forgetting the silver cross is
21 and 55.
55. Got it. So there's no relevance to this cross.
I don't use the 9 to 55 cross. I don't know if Farhan does.
No, the 9 and the 9 and the 21, they can give you something, but not the 9 and the 55.
Got it. Thank you, boys. Ok, solamente estaba asegurándome que este cruce no tuviera un impacto, y me confirman los maestros acá, los profesores, ¿no?, de Elite Trading Academy, que no hay problema. Entonces, estamos acá rangueando literalmente entre los 232.26 y el 227. Pueden ver a la derecha siempre los precios para que sepan de las líneas, para que entiendan cuáles son los niveles. Y estamos rankeando acá. Si lo volteamos a ver en temporalidades más altas, es justamente donde estamos peleándonos con esto. Ahora, le pregunté a Alex, ¿qué harías para poder empezar una posición acá? Obviamente, idealmente, sobre todo, empezaría un long si estuviera aquí en los 220, ¿no? Y te meterías, pondrías tu stop loss básicamente aquí, abajito de esta vela, que te deja más o menos en los 214.42 con tu stop loss, y probablemente tu target sea esta línea de acá arriba. Es lo que sugiere Alex. Entrada acá, invalidación en los 214.42 y con un objetivo acá. Pero estás rangueando y estás aquí en medio. Entonces, no es recomendable entrar de una vez a esto. ¿Por qué? Porque estás en medio de la nada y siempre decimos, nunca te metas a uno de estos a menos de que puedas entrar, que tengas una entrada clara, y esta no es una entrada clara, estás literalmente peleándote con los EMAs. Lo que sugerimos también, y algo que nos enseñó Farhan, es el Open Interest. Open Interest nos habla de literalmente cuánta gente está long, cuánta gente está short, y acuérdense, long es alcista, short es bajista, y cuánta gente está posicionada. Y hay más gente posicionada a que Tesla va a subir, por lo que probablemente vayamos a ver a Tesla bajar, porque normalmente la gente está en lo incorrecto. Así que yo creo que ser pacientes en este trade va a ser bastante importante. Y también si quieres abrir un short, básicamente puedes hacer lo mismo. Voy a usar mi short position pattern acá. Puedes abrirlo acá en los 221. ¿Dónde sería tu invalidación? Yo creo que sería bastante elevadona por acá. No sé qué tanto valga la pena este shortcillo, pero más o menos lo pueden ver por ahí. Would you guys invalidate the short perhaps here, right? Yeah.
I would be a little bit more conservative, and I would wait for a close above that green moving average.
Yeah. Or if you wanted a hard, and assuming we rejected around here, you could just have it at that wick high.
Like starting at the week high? You mean like right here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So then you would take the short once we lose the 9, and then you have...
That's aggressive as fuck, though.
Yeah. But then you would be... It's an aggressive short overall, because we haven't even, on your chart, lost the meme line. But assuming you take it, you then want a very tight stop loss, which in my opinion would just be the that wick high.
That right here. Yeah, makes sense. You give yourself a little permission to go a little above that, just so that you don't get eliminated like I always do, liquidated like you always do. But here it goes. Okay, so then the possibility becomes greater here. Yeah.
Exactly, and you can just like cut half at the major moving average right around.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, right here. Not my style of shorting though. Overall, I would have. I would just wait for the breakdown of the meme line and then short the bearish retest.
I totally agree. It's just I'm putting it up here.
Oh,
I appreciate it. Yeah. I just want people to start getting familiar with. Okay, if I'm looking at this, should I go long? Should I go short? How do they look and why?
That makes sense.
Yeah, so that we can start being a little bit more actionable towards everyone watching this, and so they can take something home and can make. Hopefully, they can make some money and not lose.
And
some
based
money.
on those moving averages, I see somebody asking a pretty good question, which I feel like a lot of people would benefit from. They're asking Alex how he picks his moving averages. It says, how does Alex configure the EMA/SMA? When I put in the 100, the time period of 4 hours, for example, it doesn't give me the same numbers. I don't know if you can show us how to put it to 0. So the way these moving averages work is that they're going to give you a moving average based on whatever time frame you're at. So it's like 55, like for example, the 55 EMA. It's 55 bars for that time period. If you're on the daily, it's going to be 55 days for that time period. So you're not going to get the same numbers from time frame to the time frame.
That's right. I'm just going to translate that too. Todo el mundo está preguntando que por qué se ven diferentes mis EMAs, SMAs, etcétera, a los tuyos, ¿no? Que es lo que estaban preguntando en el chat. Todo es diferente temporalidad, porque todas las temporalidades varían de acuerdo a los promedios que estamos viendo, porque 55 velas semanales son muy diferentes a 55 velas diarias. Entonces, cada que cambias la temporalidad, puedes ver cómo los números suben y bajan de estos promedios, para que tengan eso completamente entendido. Voy a regresar a lo que estábamos diciendo ahorita con esto. es la oportunidad del short. Lo único que les estoy presentando aquí es como ideas de cómo hacer setups de esto, ¿ok? Que los masters nos digan exactamente, está bien, está mal. Esta es la oportunidad del short. Y esto sería muy agresivo, honestamente, porque lo que estás haciendo es apostando a que vas a perder el EMA 21, el 9, y ahí sería tu entrada. ¿Cuál sería tu stop loss? Arribita estos wicks. Porque si se va arriba de esto, probablemente vaya a seguir subiendo y te va a hacer perder dinero. Y tu primera sacada de dinero probablemente sea donde se junten el EMA 100 y el SMA 200, que es esta zona por ahí de los 204, si fueras a abrir un short, y probablemente cerrar en los 192, la posición completa. Solamente les queremos dar más ideas para esto, para que estén listos para cuando se venga la hora de la hora. Y es básicamente todo. Vamos a la que sigue. All right, boys, let's go. We're moving. I like this.
All right, somebody asked for the link on how to get the open interest. I posted in the private chat because it's not letting me post it in the public one.
Oh, 1 second. I'll post it right now.
Good question.
Comments. Okay.
With all that open interest, it makes me think Darth Maul is coming soon.
Yeah, that's for Jay Powell.
Yeah.
There you go, boys. Open interest is coming. Ahí está. Ya les dejamos el enlace para que también puedan ver todos el open interest de todo. Está aquí puesto. I think you should put it on. Let's open another one on the Discord, like useful links and just like important links, kind of like that people want to use. Have them there. Like that's not like the main links, but like a sub of the links, if you will.
That's like helpful resources.
Yeah, so that people like, I saw that they talked about this. Let's go back and look at it to have it.
Sounds good.
Thank you, boys. All righty. Let's go all the way to the top. All right, we already saw Tesla. I was getting into this, but you guys started. Nvidia.
Very interesting one today. It opened up, I believe, a little over 9% on open.
Yeah. How's it doing right now?
Weekly is looking pretty good on Nvidia right now.
I can never find my chart. Let me see.
I got it right here.
Oh, here it is.
Oh,
yeah, very good. Pressing resistance now, but Sorry, you got this one? Yeah.
Hit us, Parhan.
So on the weekly right now, we're getting to very extreme levels on momentum. You can see it broke below all of these previous lows here, while the price action is significantly higher. So this is giving us 3 drives of bullish divergence on the weekly on the momentum. To confirm this bullish divergence, you need to make a local low. So you're going to need 2 closes above $120.35. Once you get 2 closes above that, that'll give you your next target at the 78.6% level. Actually, Tesla likes to go to the 88.3. As you see, each one of these times it's going to the 88.3. So that would give us a target of around $189 to $190. But this whole setup is not actionable until we get a close right here above that 120 level to possibly this 9 EMA over here.
Wait, you said bullish divergence, so why would the price go down?
So on a hidden bullish divergence, every time the price makes a higher low, but momentum does not make a what do you call it? I mean, momentum makes a lower low. Then the sellers had to put in more effort, but they were not able to push the price down lower than they did previously. So that means bulls are starting to take control.
But that's what I'm saying. Isn't the price way above 180, 190? Because you said your target would be 180, 190.
Yeah, if the bullish divergence is confirmed, my first target would be around 180 to 190. And it would
my God, I'm
most
sorry,
likely
dude.
pull back
I'm
there.
sorry. We're looking at Nvidia. I'm looking at Tesla. This is the fucking problem that it's too early and I have diarrhea. Like, this is what happens. Okay, I understand now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. This is why they're in charge of the class, and I'm just here fucking translating things. Go on. I'm sorry, my sensei. I apologize.
I would expect it to hit around that 180 to 190 area. Then very likely it would pull back there because that's also reaching an extreme zone. Like every single time we've touched this zone, we've gotten somewhat of a pullback. So I could expect us. Let's get a rough idea of how much we've pulled back each time. 21% the first time.
I think you did a 30.
So far, this one is 27%. So it's very possible that we could get up to 190 and then pull back to around this top right here. Let's see. Yep, perfect. Right around here, 25 to 26%, where this previous rejective high was. So I could see us going up to 190. Everybody gets extremely bullish, thinking we're going to hit 200, we're going to hit 250, pulls back all the way down to this 140, 141 level. Everybody freaks out, starts selling. And then from there, we accelerate to our next move up, which I think would be somewhere around $250. And right now, we're still getting
crazy.
Yeah, we're still getting a sell signal on the jewel. And we're getting, but this momentum thing is telling us to watch, not specifically to long here, but watch for a setup that would be approaching. The mistake that most people do is that when they see bullish divergence, they say, "Oh, we have divergence here. I'm just going to long blindly." But the divergence doesn't mean anything until it's been confirmed.
Until it plays out, yeah.
Yeah, to confirm it, you need 2 closures above the previous candle open. Once you get that, then that previous candle can be considered a bottom candle. Until that, it's still nothing is confirmed, and you're just playing in no man's land.
So it's above the 120, basically.
Yeah. And right now on the daily, momentum is flipping up, volatility is flipping down. This is a setup to give us a price target of the median on the HPDR, which is right here currently at 124. This is going to become a natural magnet for price action. If we do get up here, that would go back to our weekly setup, where we would end up closing back above this previous rejective high, rejection area. And if we get 2 closes up there, that would confirm our weekly bullish divergence. So basically, just on the daily, if we can get this move to play out on the daily, which statistically is very likely to happen with volatility contracting, then the bulls would take over and the weekly hidden bullish divergence would play out, and we very likely go to new highs from there. And then big green dildo party starts again for Nvidia.
Good for everyone. Good for everyone. And it's wild that it's the way you're looking at it and saying this might head that way, and then we're looking at Tesla and seeing the open interest, and also going like this might go down. It's a little bit of a divergence in 2 things that kind of do the same thing in a way that should benefit at the same time. So that's interesting. The one thing I'd say is, Farhan, you want to share how would you do your entry and for a long or a short, and what's your, like right now, what would you mostly do if you were going to bet on Nvidia?
Right now, if I was trading this, I would not take any positions here. I would wait for this weekly close, and I would see if we could reclaim this 9 EMA. If we do get above this 9 EMA, I'd open up like maybe 1/4 of my intended size here, and I would wait for the next weekly close. If we don't close back above this candle, I would just cut it, whether I'm at a loss or a profit, and I would assume that's the lower high. If we do close above it and we hit that target in the daily, I would close half of my the other 25% of my position up here at this median, and I would let the rest ride for up to 250.
So your first entry 116, and then the other one would be the confirmation of the bullish divergence on the weekly, which is about 122 or 120. I can't see it right now.
Yeah, about 120 to 121.
Got it.
Then I would wait for that. Then my stop loss would be any close below this median. For this, on the next close, this is likely going to go down. So that'll bring our support level down. And whenever we lose this median, we get very big moves. Like you see, we lost it right here. We got a huge move.
Yeah.
We lost it right here. We got a huge move. We ended up losing it over here. We got a pretty sizable move. So every time you lose that, you're looking on Nvidia about 20 to 25% down. Which if you have good profits from longing beforehand, you're better off to just close and look for the next lower high and just take your profits and run.
Got it. All right. Perfecto. Let's go. Ok, ahí les va. Y les prometo no equivocarme. Estaba justamente ahorita en lo que estábamos discutiendo esto. Para los que me entendieron, pues ya lo entendieron, pero estaba yo peleándome con la idea de que esto era Tesla. Por alguna razón le faltaba $100 en el precio a Farhan. Estamos viendo ahora sí que en la semanal rápidamente, para ponerlo sencillo, esto es Nvidia, damas y caballeros. El precio en este momento son $113.97, casi $114. Pueden ver una vela bastante buena en este momento. Venimos a retestear el EMA 21 y lo rechazó. Vamos para arriba y ahora estamos intentando pelear y retomar el EMA 9 que está en los 116.58. Lo que nos cuenta Farhan y nos dice es, en la semanal hay niveles extremos de momentum, hay 3 drives de bullish divergence que todavía no se dan. Para que estos drives de bullish divergence se den, y es lo que queremos esperar, lo que tiene que pasar es, tenemos que tener 2 cierres semanales arriba de esto, ¿ok? De los $120. Lo voy a poner esto en verde, porque esto quiere decir que nos iríamos al cielo una vez que llegue a este nivel y tengas 2 cierres semanales. Lo que estamos también esperando es, después de esto, muy probablemente, si tienes estos 2 cierres con ese bullish divergence ya jugando, el siguiente objetivo del precio son los 180 a $190. De ahí, muy probablemente, porque es una zona extrema, tengas un pullback hasta los $140, algo por ahí de los 30%. Y también el Joule tiene un sell signal en este momento. Cuando voltamos a ver a la diaria, reajustamos para que ustedes puedan ver absolutamente bien. La diaria tiene, el momentum va para arriba, la volatilidad va para abajo, lo que nos está diciendo que en el indicador de Farhan probablemente el precio va a ir a buscar la media del indicador y eso está en los $124, lo que nos pone justo en el juego. ¿Qué tenemos que hacer? Tenemos que esperar a que retomar el nivel de los 116 en la diaria. De ahí confirmar e irnos a los 124 donde está la media y de ahí es donde puedes empezar tu setup. ¿Quieres hacer un long? Lo quieres hacer más probablemente que un short, es lo que dice Farhan, lo que él haría, cada quien lo suyo, pero vamos a ilustrarte el long, lo pondría después de cerrar 2 veces arriba del básicamente el 124, entre el 120 y 122, digamos que cierres aquí, en esta vela la vamos a agarrar que es 124 casi, lo vamos a poner acá, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Vamos a llevar esto hasta donde esperamos que vaya, que es más o menos los 180. ¿Y dónde invalidaría esto? Simplemente aquí, en los 120. Perdemos los 100, no, ¿qué son? 116. Ahí probablemente nos saldríamos y esto se puede ir hasta acá, básicamente. Voy a poner los 180 para que no se vea tan mamón. Tienes una oportunidad de 46% de ganancias contra una oportunidad de 5.8% de pérdidas. Así que valdría la pena por acá. Vale, pues. Eso es Nvidia. Vamos a la que sigue. Let's go on to the next one. If you guys see me do something retarded, tell me. Don't ever fucking hesitate it because I'm retarded. Cool. All right, Rivian. We didn't get to Rivian yesterday, so it's fair that...
Yeah, might as well check it out.
Absolutely. I can hear my wife is up now. It's only 7:30.
Let's go to the weekly. Cool. Okay, nice.
1 second.
Perfect. So yeah, we have Rivian here. You guys can see very strong chart overall. Weekly went straight to resistance, lost it on July 15th week, and then basically retested it as resistance. And then here we are now. It's kind of in a no man's zone, in my opinion. And you can just kind of see that we're just kind of in the middle of the chart. Now, if we go and see here, the idea is for this EMA 9 to kind of move up. It would be nice to see it move closer to this $15 level support. The exact level I have is $15.27. You know, this chart likes to hold it, and then big moves happen when we lose it. So ideally, we hold that level, and this comes up. But currently, it's sitting at $14.82.
And that's your EMA 9, right? I'm sorry, Alex.
Yeah. So this is the EMA 9. You can see here, after breaking out, straight shot up to resistance. And the nice part about this is when you get these kind of rejections and then we start coming down, kind of like a stair step almost, everyone gets like really bearish again. What I see here is just us back testing this 9 on the weekly, and it should hold. It's very much just like Bitcoin. This is strong, especially on a higher time frame like a weekly. So ideally, this should hold, move up a little closer to $15 level. But yeah, I'd watch closely that 1524 level if we come down. Now you can see the weekly is developing into a nice candle overall. Nice in the sense that it's finally breaking the red streak, going green. We see buyers stepped in, and it didn't break the low of last week, right around $15.85. But again, still just kind of in a no trade zone. If we go down to a daily now, we can see here that the daily is trying to show some strength, just like a lot of charts were showing today. The only difference between today and other days is we just have a big economic event. So that will dictate a lot. And then tomorrow will be key if we hold this momentum. But overall, it's looking good. And it's looking good because you can see here how price is kind of consolidating on the daily. It fell right below that daily EMA 100 for 3 days, essentially, and then lost it, rejected the 9. But then today we see it trying to break out above the 9 and holding the 100. Good sign in my opinion. Ideally, we close today above $16.52. That'd be strong, and then I would look for basically maybe a back test of that 9 on the daily, and then for an expansion, ideally up to $17.65 again. You can see here how that's been kind of a key resistance zone for Nvidia. Losing that and then trying to base
Rivian.
on it before. I mean, yeah, Rivian, my apologies.
No, we're all here fucking doing the same thing because it's so early.
Yeah, basically Rivian, yeah, this is a key area, the $17.62 region. It based off of it right before a massive move. This from this point after basing it, it was a 38% move, massive for stocks. So it's a key area right here, this green line. $17.65 will be the area I'm watching. Ideally, what we want here is for the daily to close above $16.52. To me, that would mean the daily just reclaimed the 9 while also holding the EMA 100 on the daily. Very strong levels because we're using a daily for this. This could probably give us momentum to push up to that again. The reaction there will be key because you can see here, it really couldn't hold it at all. It lost it right as soon as we broke out. It lost it the next day here, reclaimed it, and then quick rejection. And that's kind of where we've been now. So ideally, what we want to see is the breakout. It breaks above $17.65 and it holds it. Bull's best case would just be consolidation above this level, letting the 9 on the daily push up, and then hopefully we can start the uptrend again. The momentum just basically compressing here. If we go and switch, if I take the moving averages off, I'm interested to see how the Bollinger Bands look on it. So you can see here on the daily, we're basically starting to compress. These can get a lot more tighter, as we saw like right around this level. Ranging markets, often they range in the Bollinger Band ranges, and then it leads to that expansion up, or it can go down as well. We see it got very tight here, started to pinch, and then we got that expansion down. So ideally, this could play into if we start getting a move up, these still can get tighter. So that's something I'll be watching. Maybe if we go to a 4-hour, they're probably a little tighter. Yeah. So you can see they are starting to pinch on the 4-hour. This candle, which closes in 2 hours and 15 minutes, is trying to reclaim the mid band, which would be a good sign. Reclaiming that mid band, I'd like seeing that. Kind of like what we saw here. Might give us we could use the 4-hour to kind of see where the daily will go. That's kind of what I like to do. So if the 4-hour starts breaking out, that could give us momentum for potentially the daily too as well. But for now, the chart's not looking the worst, especially on the daily. We just want to see how today closes. It's kind of, like I said, in a no trade zone, and you just kind of want to wait. For me, I wouldn't trade this. I'd personally be waiting for that $15.24 region, assuming we break down, but seems unlikely. Or if we start basing off that $17.65 region, potentially you can take an entry just because it's more at that extremity. So you have an easy stop loss essentially. So that's kind of what I'm seeing with Rivian. Not looking bad overall, especially in the lower time frames as well. Maybe the hourly goes and back tests like that $16.43 region. But overall, today's going to be key. See how it reacts with the economic data. But we're just in a range, no trade zone in my opinion. Watching just the ranges of $17.65 and potentially if we go back down, maybe that $15.20 area.
Yeah. Yeah. Well
Clean
said.
now.
Well done.
Yeah, clean, especially on his daily. Very clean. So we'll see. Big area for Rivian overall.
They thought we were dumb when we bought it, but we're riding to Valhalla.
Valhalla, sir.
We're going to the fucking moon of Valhalla. We're not even just going to Valhalla. We're going way past it and getting to the moon of that fucking place.
We're going to be driving those little electric Rivians on the moon.
On the Mars, brother. Mars.
The R3X. That's what I'll be. It's electric, so it doesn't make any noise. Otherwise, I'd be like, sorry, guys. It's too early in the morning, and I just had like 80 billion gallons of coffee. All right. Ahí les va. Rivian, muy sencillo, damas y caballeros. Estamos viendo la semanal en este momento y podemos ver, si pongo mis indicadores, donde tenemos absolutamente todos los niveles importantes de esta fórmula. En la semanal tenemos a Rivian, el precio está en 16.65 y además, si lo podemos ver acá, esto es aparte, esto es mi análisis directo. Ya saben que me encantan mis líneas pendejas que normalmente a mí me han funcionado bastante bien. Estamos intentando retomar esta línea que también viene como coincidencia en la diaria en todos los niveles importantes de nuestros EMAs, ¿ok? Entonces, en este momento fuimos a intentar buscar un tope, fuimos rechazados en los 18.86. El precio volvió a caer acá. La semanal tienes una buena reacción acá. Tienes un bajo más alto que el de la semana pasada, pero también estás todavía en un bajo más, en un alto más bajo. Lo que queremos ver aquí es en la diaria, para que se den una buena idea, y déjenme expando esto. Esto es Rivian una vez más. En la diaria podemos ver cómo estamos aquí, el EMA 9, que está en los 16.51. Aquí, de nuevo, lo pueden ver aquí a la derecha, con el número verde, en los 16.51. Idealmente lo que queremos hacer es retomar el EMA 9, no ir a retestear el 21 que está aquí en los 16. Hemos visto cómo el precio parece que hizo un bajo acá en los 15.85, que fue justamente un rebote del EMA 21, y ahora se está yendo para acá arriba. Al mismo tiempo, que está intentando retomar este EMA nuevo. ¿Qué es lo que estaríamos buscando en menor temporalidad, básicamente? En una temporalidad de 4 horas y diaria queremos retomar este nivel. Claramente es subirnos encima de esta línea amarilla que tiene el tío Salo ahí puesta. Una vez retomado este nivel, queremos, hay de dos sopas, porque estás en medio de la nada y todavía sigue siendo un trade riesgoso acá. Estarías esperando poder llegar al nivel, en la diaria se los voy a poner, esperar a llegar al nivel de los $18.08. De ahí puedes sentirte bastante a gusto de que esto se va a ir para arriba y aquí es donde podrías abrir tu posición en long para ver cómo va con un corte aquí, básicamente en los 17.55. Pero también podrías abrir un corto, aunque no tiene tanto sentido porque el precio tiene bastante fuerza y momentum a la alza. Y si vemos también, nos enseñó Alex los Bollinger Bands, los míos son una mierda, todavía debería honestamente de solamente poner el indicador bueno. Pero están apretándose las bandas. Cuando se aprietan las bandas, eso quiere decir que hay un squeeze de volatilidad y eso tiene un movimiento fuerte después, un resultado grande. Y parece que va a ser a la alza en Rivian, así que le estamos dando más preferencia a que vaya ahí. Obviamente tengan cuidado, tengan sus niveles y importante ver sus rechazos, porque si no vamos a hacer un alto más alto que los 18.87, muy probablemente pues tengas un alto más bajo y empieces una vez más a empezar a caer. Así que tengan bien sus niveles, apúntenlos, no se los vayan a dejar mal. Vale, pues. All right. What's MPW? I'm sure we saw MPW already.
MPW. Let me see.
Oh, yeah, the Medical Property Trust.
Yeah.
Still in the fucking middle of nowhere, but creating lower highs.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if you know, but you're muted.
Yeah. It's gonna be a couple streams before I remember that.
You'll get it.
All right. So on the weekly, what I do like to see is that we're starting to get the jewel to give an upward curvature. We had a sell signal all the way from this whole move down. We're starting to lose that. What you want to see on the next weekly open is we want to start to see it flip cyan. Then we would know that the buyers are in control and the momentum is to the upwards. Right now, it's currently on neutral, so it's in a battle between the bears and the bulls. This fast moving average over here is going to be resistance. So if the bears do end up winning, it would flip back down from here towards the bearish control zone. We just got out of the bearish control zone right here. Let's mark off where price action was and what happened when we got out. And we did it over here as well. Each one of these this one was a complete failure. This one was a pretty decent bounce. And that's what you got to remember. Statistics are not certainties. Like sometimes these setups will fail.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where your stop loss comes in place to make sure your loss on this failed setup is easily offset by what you would have made from this successful setup. Like after that, we got a move of 58%. So you would easily make back this and then some, especially if you're a degenerate and you're using leverage.
As you should.
Yeah, as you should. You shouldn't be in the casino if you're not using leverage, right?
There you go. Right.
Otherwise, what? You're going to keep your money? That's ridiculous.
What is money? What is profits? I've never heard of those.
Me either.
What I like to see on the same side is that the momentum is flipping up while volatility is flipping down. When volatility flips down, it gives you a setup with the median as a magnet for price action. Right now, we have just touched the median and we're a little bit below it. The median is currently at $4.92. If the bulls are going to stay in control, this median will hold at $4.92, possibly move down a little bit, and the next week we retest it and base off of it. If the bears are in control, we're going to close below this median. Our first target is going to be right here with this 21 EMA and this 38.2% level. We would probably get like a little bit of a pity bounce here, go back to this 9, reject it, and then I think we're going to go back down hard towards this previous low here. And then this is going to be the bull's last stand. If we can't hold this area, I'm thinking we're going all the way down here.
It's a lower low,
to these previous lows easily. But for now, it is. If I were to give it a number, I would say it's around like 60% in favor of the bulls and 40% in favor of the bears, as long as this area continues to hold, and as long as this momentum is pointing down, volatility is pointing down. If the volatility points up, though, and this price action is still red, that's when I'd be comfortable saying that if you're a more aggressive trader, you could take a short there, and you would have your stop loss at this previous candle open. Any tick above this, and you would close it. But on the next close, I'd also want to see this flip cyan. If it does not flip cyan, then I'd be saying I'd flip around my odds and say it's 60% bearish, 40% bullish. Just waiting for these momentum oscillators to tell us what's going to happen. Because right now, in these past moves, they were at the extreme, so they're just cooling off right now. They're giving us the mean reversion move. So right now we're getting that we're going to touch this median, which we already have touched it, but it's not telling us if we're going to close above it or below it. That's what we have to wait until the end of the week to find out. Then on Monday, we'd have a much clearer idea of which direction to trade that we could take. But for now, I wouldn't open anything here.
Yeah, it's very in the middle of fucking nowhere. Okay. Thank you, sir. Vale, pues, aquí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Estamos viendo literalmente, lo voy a poner en la semanal para que tengan una buena visión de esto. Simplemente viendo esto, viendo esto, bueno, you guys see the reverse head and shoulders on the weekly?
Let me see.
It's right here. It's rather simple. Look.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So now that would play out with, well, it plays a little bit to your 60-40 theory. Sorry. Ok. Estamos viendo, justamente en la semanal estaba pintando esto y en cuanto la puse me di cuenta que hay un head and shoulders invertido. Farhan le dio un 60-40. 60-40 que los toros van a tomar el control, que son los alcistas, y 40% que los bajistas. En la semanal el Jude empieza a voltearse de una señal de venta y se está yendo a neutral. Literalmente esta es una batalla entre alcistas y bajistas. El momentum está yéndose para arriba, la volatilidad para abajo, lo que nos dice que en el indicador de Farhan probablemente vayamos a la media del canal. La media del canal está en los $4.92, que es más o menos por donde está el precio en este momento. Si queremos aguantar y seguir esto alcista, literalmente quieres estar aquí. Literalmente quieres estar arriba de este nivel. en tu cierre semanal y tener tu confirmación, porque ve, este cierre semanal fue alcista, pero ahora este cierre semanal está siendo bajista. Estás literalmente peleándote con este nivel. Si vas para abajo, si tienes cierre acá y luego una confirmación más abajo de esto, por ahí de los 463, esto probablemente vaya a irse a hacer nuevos bajos porque tienes este alto, un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo y este bajo que es un poco más bajo que este, te diría que probablemente vas a hacer otro, pero de nuevo, la probabilidad es 60-40, simplemente viéndolo con todas las métricas que Farhan lo está viendo, a que sea alcista. Vamos a ver si se juega en esa posición. No hay una entrada en este momento para nada en esto. Creo que es bastante obvio. Estás literalmente en medio de todo y tendrás que ver con qué dirección toma el precio. All righty, boys. I like this. This is an educational question. So whoever wants to take care of it. Good morning. Question. How do you identify a main line so you place it in the right price action? And I guess what Edgar is saying is, how do I find fucking support and how do I find resistances, even though they're the same? How do you guys do it so that we can get this in front of everyone so that people can learn?
The way I like to draw my lines is I go up to the highest time frame where I have price action. Like in cryptos, you can't really do monthly, but in traditional markets, you can. In cryptos, I usually go to the weekly and I go to whatever the previous rejective highs were, whatever the previous significant supports were, and I like to draw lines there. And then I, based on a high or a low, I like to choose between white, yellow, or blue lines. And then whenever I go down to the lower time frames, those lines will still be there. And I can remember those as high time frame support or resistances.
What about you, Alex?
Yeah, no, basically the same. I mean, I can share it on MPW just for the visual.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? So, I mean, you see my chart here. How I basically added these three lines, it's very simple. I went and I saw on the monthly, right? We have this basically fat dump on this monthly, leading to a nice buy. So I'm looking at that area instantly. And then I'm looking at the rally. So I always look at a chart like a story. So I'm seeing here that the first major, basically after this breakout from this low, the first major rejection essentially came at this level around 1239. So I'm also mentally noting that. And then I'm going along price. I see the deviation, the breakdown, the reclaim. I'm also noticing like breakout areas are pretty key for me as well, along with confluence of like a rejection after a breakout. So then also I'm seeing like the rejections here. So then I try to get more confluence in these lines by zooming out. And I see, yeah, I see we rejected this level and then this wick here tells me it was support. So then I just extend my meme lines. That was based on this first rejection after this breakout. And then we just simply go back to this support line here, which was basically the first area got majorly bought up. And then, yeah, I just back test it and see, well, yeah, it held here. And then this also led to a nice breakdown. Same with this area. Once it was lost, this led to a breakdown. And that's kind of where I find this line as well. And then, you know, this third line was just easy because you just take the low where the wick got bought up on this chart, which happens to be, you know, right at that 278 level, which is where price is basing off of now. So that's kind of in a very simplistic way how I do it quickly. Because I just think like there's no proper real way to do it, but that's just the way I find easy confluences and entry points. And right, a big part of that comes with just having confidence and the way you see the chart, and that just comes with experience. But it's basically the same exact thing as foreign. I just look at rejection, you know, rejection highs, and then also where it found major support.
I thought I was exaggerating when I did it on the weekly because I myself, like through all the stupidity that I've learned, I started with daily ones. And then I realized, nah, weekly has like the stronger areas, right? Where the price either hits and finds resistance or support. So I went weekly. And then now that I'm a degenerate, I'm on the daily and probably the 6 hour creating those. So I have like subs, right? If I'm trading something fast and quick and I want like a small move, I have those. But yeah,
no, that makes sense. Yeah, no,
so
that
in
makes
general,
sense.
you said.
Do you label them? Like which one is a daily line?
I do. Yeah, I have them. Well, I don't have them here now because it looks like I'm a fucking degenerate, but they're purple. The ones that are on smaller time frames,
Nice,
and the larger ones are just gray.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like when I do monthly and weekly weekly for like cryptos like Bitcoin. That's like more my macro view. And then I can go on lower time frames, day trade, make more meme lines on lower time frame, kind of like what you're doing. But right, the charts then can start looking kind of like a lot, but I'm just used to that. So that's kind of how I do it, though. It's pretty simple. I think people overthink basic support and resistance, honestly.
Same. Alrighty. So crypto never above a week.
You just because of the data. Yeah, I just like the weekly, just not a lot of data.
The only one that you can really do monthly for is Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Okay. So other cryptos, no. Bitcoin you can do monthly, and then stocks you go monthly, 100%.
Yeah. You might be able to do with Ethereum as well. I've just never personally tried.
Yeah, it's been a while, but that it's been out and have data. So okay, that makes sense. Let me show this to everyone in español, and let's roll. Preguntan que cómo ponemos estas líneas nosotros, ¿no? ¿Cómo escogemos? Voy a agarrar un gráfico pendejo que no tenga casi nada puesto. Me imagino que Disney. Ándale, ahí está. Disney. Lo primero que tienes que hacer es simplemente irte a tu temporalidad y poner temporalidad de un mes. Porque quieres poder agarrar los puntos importantes de precio como ¿no? Donde el precio literalmente y puedas ver más zonas de confluencia. Entonces voy a ver este lugar y puedo ver cómo el precio va y se pelea con él y tengo varias confirmaciones de esto, ¿no? Lo pondría aquí donde empieza la línea verde. Ahí voy a poner mi línea. ¿Por qué? El precio está aquí, vino y fue rechazado, luego vino para acá y fue rechazado, vino acá y tuvo un breakout, intentó acá soporte y luego acá fue rechazado para abajo. Acá puedes ver cómo intenta romper al alza y no. Luego sube y se recarga en esta línea, y va para arriba. Lo haces en temporalidades altas para cuando te acerques a la tabla, lo tengas ahí. Pero voy a seguir con esto. Otro punto pivote importante es este bajo. Pueden ver lo importante que es para Disney, cómo llega literalmente y se toca esa zona. Y literalmente se trata de poder encontrar lugares donde los precios reboten y encuentren ese tipo de acción, donde veas la mayor cantidad de acción, donde el precio se para y sigue, se rechaza o rebota a la alza. Ahí es donde quieres poner tus líneas, básicamente. No hay como una ciencia cierta para esto, pero es la manera más fácil de poder verlo, yo creo, en mi opinión. En esta torre, por ejemplo, se me hace que este sería el mejor lugar para ponerlo, o lo pondrías acá. Este puede ser un mejor lugar, acá. Entonces lo pones acá y ahí tienes tus niveles. Luego te puedes ir a la diaria, te acercas y aquí puedes ver cómo puedes poner diferentes niveles. Pero si vas a hacer líneas en la diaria, van a tener menos fuerza de soporte y también menos fuerza de resistencia. Lo que yo hago es cambio los colores de mis líneas, porque también tradeo a la hora. Entonces, en acciones recomendamos que lo hagas en la mensual. En criptos, no Bitcoin, en criptos en la semanal. En Bitcoin lo puedes hacer en la mensual, tal vez con Ethereum también es lo que estamos platicando, pero no lo hemos probado. Así que Bitcoin la única que puedes hacer en la mensual y ya. Y si tienes marcas en la diaria como degenerado, ponlas para que estés haciendo tu intraday trading, pero esos niveles no son tan importantes ni hay tanta confluencia como en estos. Así que ahí lo tienes, cómo colocar estas líneas pendejitas que ves en todas nuestras tablas. All right, let's get into some car stuff. Toyota Motorsports.
Was I the only one who saw a big head and shoulders on Disney?
On Disney?
Hang on a second.
Looks like a massive head and shoulders.
But
on the weekly.
Interesting.
Holy shit balls. If it loses $78,
it's going down hard.
Let's see.
That's below 50.
Let's pretend he does it here. Right? Because it's going to move, blah, blah, blah. No,
that's negative. Negative. It's going negative. You're going to owe them money.
That would be crazy. But that's on the weekly. Let's look at the monthly. Maybe on the monthly, it's even... Yeah, dude. Like, on the monthly, you can see it too. Look.
It's going to be like that time where oil went negative.
Exactly. Except this time it's just going to be Disney. Holy shit. Wow. That would be an insane move if this happens? What could happen that would take Disney down like that? I guess we'll see.
Possibly since nobody's really been watching their movies recently. All of the Marvel movies have flopped.
I think just making every character gay and black and yellow
Disney
and
Plus,
blue. Yeah, that does kind of fuck up your shit.
And in the last Avengers movie,
can I say this? I worked in Hollywood. They're not doing representation of everyone. I'm sorry, we're taking a break, guys. They're not doing this to like really create equality. And I'm going to show you the best and easiest example in the universe. Mexicans don't play Mexicans on TV. All of the guys like the Hector, even Danny Trejo, and all these guys that you guys know as Mexicans, they're not Mexicans. They don't even have a fucking Mexican passport, and they don't speak Spanish that well. The guy who played Pablo Escobar in Narcos is Brazilian. He doesn't speak Spanish well.
What the fuck?
Oh, wow.
If you listen to him in Spanish, you're like, that's ridiculous. That's someone with an accent. And my guy is Brazilian doing that. They don't hire Mexicans in the United States to do anything on TV. They're all fake. When they hire Indians that are born in the United States too, that have like a perfectly American native accent. And then they make him do the accent, and they do the same thing with Arabs. They don't hire people that don't sound like Americans that are born outside to play them. And normally when they play Arabs, they'll grab an Egyptian guy to play a Lebanese guy, and they'll grab a Persian guy to play a Jew. Like, it's fucking wild. So they have no intention whatsoever to bring that equality in.
Right.
It's absolute horse shit. And they tell you, because I tried to sell a TV show to Lifetime that had all of the money for 13 episodes from Greece. They were like, the leads cannot be foreigners. They need to be Americans. And if they're not going to be Americans, we can't do this. And I said, they speak fluent English, and not only fluent, like perfect accents, better than mine. They were like, nope. Wow. So no, it's bullshit that they want to make everyone equality. They're just literally driving people crazy. Either way, let's go with Toyota.
They're trying to feed the social justice mob.
100%. They're just telling people that they are. You know what I mean? And then everyone's like, that's amazing. All right, Alex, here we go.
Nice. So yeah, TM here. Let's go to the weekly. And honestly, it's not looking the best. You can see here after it basically made a massive SFP deviation where basically it reclaimed, it was resistance, flipped into support, trekked up, and then it basically lost it. And so far, we've just been kind of pressing this weekly EMA 9 and rejecting off of it. Now approaching some type of support right around that $185.27 level. In my opinion, that will be key for this to hold. Then we can just act as this will basically could just be a big back test while potentially making a weekly higher low. Ideally, we wouldn't want us to lose the low that we created on December 18th that week. Which is basically right around $178 flat. So we don't want price to lose that, and that could be kind of a metric or a gauge. At least it's kind of what I think of it as if I'm like bull bias. So if we go here on the daily, it is hard to be bull bias here because you can see that price basically was holding this daily EMA 100, but then lost it, and then we heavily have pressed the EMA 9 down. Which has basically, again, just been acting as resistance. This is interesting to me because you can see basically price reclaimed that EMA 100 on the daily right in June, around June, early June of 2023. And then losing it's not a good sign. You can see it hasn't really back tested it. It did right around here around June 2024 or around late June. But now it lost it. To me, that signals weakness. And you can see the last time price basically lost the daily EMA 100. It leads to big dumps essentially. This one from the wick low basically was 25%. So not a strong sign in my opinion. If we go and look at it in the lower time frames too, like a 4 hour, you can see there's really not too much here to be bullish about. We see here that the 9 is still rejecting even on the 4 hour, and this 4 hour is turning into an ugly candle. I say that just because you see the momentum. It pushed up during New York Open, and then now it's selling off. This is barely holding on to the green candle. So this could have a lot of momentum down. You know, we just see that wick rejection. So ideally, in my opinion, there's no setup here, and I'm just simply waiting to see the reaction at that 185.26 level. If we zoom out here, we go back to the daily. You know, basically, you can see that the 185 level was pretty key, especially for this last daily breakout. You know, price basically ranged and chopped around, couldn't hold it. As soon as it broke out, held it, we got that expansion up. You know, it basically was race on. So it's very interesting to kind of see the reaction right around that $185.26 region. If bullish, just flip to the weekly. And I would look at this low here around 178 to not get invalidated, even on like a wick basis. So you wouldn't, in my opinion, want to see price to break that low. But overall, price is still looking corrective. And we see that on all time frames, even on a monthly here. The monthly is actually looking quite interesting because you see last month we lost this. Yes, and then this month we lost it, but also we're rejecting off of it, which isn't a good sign. And the issue with this weekly closes, it says it's very strong, it's girthy, red, but it also closes in 4 hours. I forgot to mention, you know, not only do we have a massive economic event, but we have weekly closers across the board. So a lot of fuckery is going to happen because of that, in my opinion.
Fuck yeah.
So always a fun day. You can see here, if we're just using basically last time the monthly lost it and then retested it as resistance, that basically led to, you know, after the next closure, a 23% dump. So I'm unsure where this will go. All I'm seeing is it's not looking good. The hopium here is we just want 180, the 185 region to hold. If it doesn't, while it's still rejecting the 9 on all time frames, which is, you know, not strong in my opinion, still also rejecting that EMA 100, I would then look for this support not to hold. And then you could just easily take a short at the bearish retest of like 185, 186. And then you'd simply just have a hard stop loss at this high here, assuming we do get the breakdown. And then you can just simply cut the trade if like the lower time frames, like the 4 hour, let's say. Let me see here. No, let's go to the 12 hour. If we're trading off the day, let's go to the 12 hour. Yeah, and this kind of shows it more clearly. So you could front run the trade and just cut it once this 12 hour reclaims this EMA 100. Because then that to me would look like a deviation, a reclaim, and then potentially a bear trap. But for now, it's not looking that way, and it's looking quite bearish. So I'd be cautious here and watch out 185 to 186 level. Lose that, then yeah, I don't think it's gonna be good for bulls.
I'd absolutely have to agree with you 100% on that. What a chart.
Yeah.
It is getting royally fucked right now.
Especially
Let's
on
go.
the monthly.
Yeah. Oh, dude. That was wild. Yeah. That is wild. Ahí les va. Estamos viendo Toyota Motorsports en este momento en un time frame semanal. Les voy a poner el mensual para que tengan algo que comer, señores. Vean esto. Número uno, normalmente este tipo de lugares se vuelven un excelente lugar de soporte para precio y para seguir el movimiento para arriba. Pero ¿qué estamos notando? Llegamos aquí arriba y empezamos a caer. Ahora, el EMA 9, que está en los 205, acabamos de ir. Esta es una gráfica mensual, si es que no lo he dicho. Gráfico mensual. En la mensual perdimos el EMA 9 en esta vela y acá vino a intentar retomarlo, rechazó y vino para abajo y ahora está rebotando en el 21. Pero cada que pierde el EMA 9 tiene unos bajones buenísimos. La última vez que lo hizo fue aquí, para que tengas una idea. Y de acá que lo perdiste, ¿a dónde llegó el precio? Estás hablando de un 27,5% de bajón, ¿ok? Entonces, son movimientos drásticos, esto se ve bastante bajista y es un poco en todos los time frames que tienes, porque también en la semanal ya perdiste el EMA 5, digo el 9 y el 21, y ahora vas a ir a buscar por acá los 186, que es justamente donde también hay convergencia con esta línea de soporte, y si no, el SMA 200 está en los $170. Lo que Alex dice, porque no importa en qué time frame lo veas, ¿no? En todos es bajista. En la diaria perdiste literalmente todos los niveles. Cada que pierdes todos los niveles, vamos a ver qué tipo de bajón te da. Aquí perdió todos los niveles. cada que pierdes todos los niveles en la diaria, te dice otra baja de 27%. Literalmente es lo que es. Entonces, ¿qué estamos esperando y qué deberías de estar buscando en este momento si estás invertido en Toyota Motorsports o si quieres invertir en Toyota Motorsports? Sencillo. Básicamente, lo que vas a buscar, disculpen, no sé por qué quité esto, lo que vas a buscar es literalmente esta línea en los 180. En los 180 quieres abrirte puedes abrir un short o un long. Personalmente yo creo que por acá tiene cara de corto, porque sería más fácil simplemente por la tendencia y la fuerza que lleva para abajo. Denme un segundito, no es eso. Lo abrirías acá en los 185, donde pones tu salida, más o menos por acá, que te dice eso, y acá tienes que buscarlo hacia la baja. Es más o menos lo que pensamos podría ocurrir y obviamente empezarías a deshacerte de tu posición una vez que llegues a los 170 por porcentajes, ¿no? Que es el primer lugar. Eso es más o menos como se vería algo accionable en esto. Lo puedes hacer también long y flipearlo al otro lado. Lo que pasa aquí es no quieres perder por ahí más o menos los $180 y ver si vas para arriba, pero esto no tiene pinta de ello, ¿ok? Before we continue, let me just say and do this. Para toda la gente que nos está viendo, que quiere tradear desde Estados Unidos, les traemos Blofin, que es el exchange permitido en Estados Unidos y en todo el mundo, no requiere KYC. Para poder comprar, para poder meter tu dinero a esto es bastante sencillo. Creas una cuenta, no toma nada de tiempo. Pones Buy Crypto. Aquí pones cuánto quieres comprar. El tío se lo va a comprar $10,000 en unos minutos. Ponlo acá con tu tarjeta de crédito, me van a dar 9,600, perdiéndole $400 por los fees que le va a hacer y compras, punto. Eso, o también puedes mandarte criptos, ¿ok? Puedes literalmente acá ver qué hay, quiero depositar o transferir, pongo acá qué red quiero hacerlo, pongo Tether, me va a poner que quiero la de Ethereum y aquí me dice a dónde mandarlo. Esta es mi cartera. Mando dinero a mi cartera, instantáneamente están los depósitos. También estamos, y para los que quieren preguntar, ¿cómo tradeas? Te metes a literalmente futuros y en futuros estás aquí en Bitcoin, en perpetuals y le puedes cambiar, ¿no? Quieres meterte a Ethereum, quieres meterte a cualquier otra cosa que te imagines. Render, aquí está y lo tienen todo, ¿ok? Render es una moneda bastante nueva. Bueno, también tenemos Bitget por acá. Bitget es exactamente igualito que lo que habían visto. Esto es para internacional, no en Estados Unidos. No, esto sí requiere KYC, pero los fees son más baratos por si gustan. Todos nuestros enlaces están en las descripciones de abajo. Y también tenemos nuestro Discord, que ya saben, está aquí abajo para lo que necesiten, damas y caballeros. Pero bueno, vamos a darle. All right, let's continue. That was the plug. Should I do it in English? I don't know how many people are watching in English this. Yeah, why not, right? Why not?
Yes, it doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt at all. So, everyone, this is Blofin right here. Use our links in the description down below. This is an exchange for futures that works in the United States, okay? So, if you want to register, this works in the US. This works absolutely everywhere in the world. So, you don't have to worry about anything. It doesn't require KYC. The fees are a little bit higher than our other exchanges that we're working with, which is Bitget. But the reason why is the convenience of it being legal in the United States. There's not a lot of them. It doesn't do KYC, etc. You want to fund your account, you create an account. It's absolutely free. And all you need to do is basically go in here, copy trading, earn more. Where was buy crypto? You go into buy crypto. You put the amount you want to buy, and then you can do it with your credit card. Or even better, you want to fund your account and you already have crypto. You're just going to funding, deposit, right? And then you select whatever crypto you want and it'll give you the address, your own address for it. So it'll tell you right here, and then you have your address. You send your crypto to that address, and then it's there in your exchange. How do I start trading futures? You go into futures, and literally right there. And then if you want to swap from Bitcoin to any other coin, it's right here. You open a position, it'll show you down here at the bottom, and you can buy a long, you can short. Now, you can do the same shit on Bitget, but this is cheaper fees, but it requires KYC and it's not for the US. So you would need a VPN to operate this within the US, and then also all of the other stuff that comes alongside that. But these work identically, basically the same thing. It's a copy paste of all the shit that you've ever seen. You can do a long, you can do a short, you can do whatever the fuck you want. And then also remember, our Discord link is in the description down below. Don't miss it. Whatever you guys need, the boys are there to answer all of your questions. Remember, I'm just an idiot translating stuff, so they're going to answer to you, not me. So you're safe. Safer. Let's go. We already did Tesla. We already did Rivian. This is how you know this is one of my lives, right? Palantir. Oh, hang on. I'm sorry. I went over someone. UPS.
UPS. Okay.
Let's do UPS.
How is the shipping sector doing?
Well,
not good.
Last time we were looking at, not the best.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
No bueno.
No bueno.
All right.
Nice.
You guys see my shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we're looking at the monthly chart right now on UPS. For about since July of 2020, we had been trading within this range, and now on this month we're just about to break it. We have about 4 hours and 43 minutes before this range officially breaks, and with only four and a half hours to roughly go, I personally do not see it closing above this. If we do close below this previous, how many months is this? Let's draw. I can't do the math right now.
Wait, you're saying how many months is that in the
consolidation? Yeah. That is about 48 months in consolidation, literally 2 years.
Insane. Wow.
Holy shit.
So the break of this consolidation is going to be major. It's going to be a huge move. At the very least, we're going to come down first to this 200 SMA about at $110. Fill this gap, possibly bounce a little bit, come back up towards this previous projective high. Mm-hmm. If it's bullish, like not bullish, but like it really wants to shake the shorts out, it would go back up to this line up here where you could take a short. And this would be the maximum opportunity zone for shorts, because if you get any type of closure above this line, you would immediately close it and flip long, and this would be a deviation back up to this range high over here. But that with how the monthly looks right now, we have a silver cross to the downside of the monthly, which is extremely powerful on the monthly. Let's see the last time we had a silver cross to the downside. We had a silver cross to the downside right here. Although this does not look like that much on this logarithmic chart, here's how much of a move that actually was. About 45%. And that was the first silver cross to the downside. Then we got a silver cross back upwards. The second one tends to be more powerful than the first one, because everybody is conditioned to buy the lows, because they see it dips down right here. They're conditioned that, okay, we're going to make a higher low over here, and then we're going to continue up, which has been happening for the past since 2009. It's been happening from 2009 all the way to around 2022. Buying the lows has always been worked, and people have been making money off of it. I feel like right now, with how the monthly is looking, everybody who's been conditioned to buy the lows is going to keep buying all the way down until they eventually capitulate and the price finds a final bottom.
Yeah.
And that's probably going to be somewhere around, definitely below $100, but somewhere around, I want to say this zone of $80 to around $70 would probably be the next low. Let's look at our oscillators.
I have 89.
Our oscillators right now are pointing heavily down towards on the monthly, with the momentum pointed down. We have the volatility pointed up, which means this is an impulsive move and not a corrective move. And we have the jewel on the monthly flipping to a fresh sell signal after failing to get out of the bearish control zone, which tells you that not only are bears in control, but they are strongly in control. In the DMI right now, it's been green since 2011. January of 2011, the DMI has been green, which is like the amount of cash flow that's flowing into an asset. For the first time since 2011, DMI has started to flip red right here, which is not a dead signal, but it's pretty close to one. And while we continue to go down, now that we've failed to get out of the bearish control zone, the most likely target is going to be somewhere over here in the bearish critical zone, which we have not hit. Like, Last time we went to this zone at all was in the 2008, 2009 crash. And this one is probably going to be somewhere around that level of severity if we do lose this monthly support line.
Oh, yeah. And that makes sense with reality, too. It's fun.
On the weekly, it's looking very bad as well. We didn't quite get a bearish engulfing, but it was very close to it. And we erased these previous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks of price action with one downward candle. And this weekly candle has already closed below this monthly support line. So basically, what if you were aggressive and you were to play with statistics, you would place a short somewhere over here and reshort the retest of this line. We get a weekly close over this line, you could just cut it.
Yeah.
What's making me think that we're going to get a retest of this line right now is because momentum is starting to flip up while volatility is slipping down. So that gives us a target of the median. The median is currently at about $136.89. So it wouldn't make a lot of sense that we go up to tap this median. Everybody thinks the bottom is in. They say that, oh, we just made another higher low. Taps the median, makes a very sharp rejection, and closes back under it. And then once that happens, everybody who longed this dip is going to capitulate their orders. They're going to vomit everything that they just bought, and the price is going to nuke very hard, very fast. Probably in one day, we're probably going to have like a 10 to 15% move if that were to happen. Because when this thing gets volatile, it gets volatile.
Yeah, it does move.
Like it moves like this many move around 27 to 30% it can easily do in a month. And for traditional markets, that's insane.
Yeah.
With traditional markets, people freak out with a 7% loss in a year.
People in traditional markets just need to get into crypto for a year and just go back to traditional markets. They'll never in their life ever fear anything again.
Yeah, they'll be like Randy Marsh walking around with the wheelbarrow.
That's right. Absolutely. Balls out, everything.
On the weekly, we are getting a little bit of a buy signal on the jewel, but it's not a strong one because you see it's kind of curved. The strong ones are straight vertical. So this also tells us that we would probably get a move up to that median zone at 136, and at that area, I would strongly assume that it would reject there.
Which on the weekly, I'm sorry, on the weekly, your EMA 9 is right there at 136.71.
Yeah, and the median is right above it. Like they're basically at the exact same area, which is also provides you a lot more confluence that whenever we have a silver cross to the downside, the 9 EMA is almost always resistance. If we close above the 9 EMA, then the silver cross is negated, and we can target back the top of this range up here. But until then, we have to assume it's bearish. So once this jewel approaches that resistance or the median, we have to watch for any type of weakness. The weakness we would be able to see if it starts to flip white. If it flips white, I would exit every single long I'm in, no matter if it's in profit or a loss, and I would wait for an entry for a short. But it looks very bad for like after breaking the previous, I want to say 13 years of consolidation is going to be a big move to the downside. Just like on stocks, whenever we have a very long consolidation like Nvidia, it ended up having like what a 10,000% rally in the next year.
Yeah. So
same thing to the
other
downside.
way around.
Yeah.
Fuck. That is wild. All right. Well, thank you so much, sir. Let's go into español. Sorry, that's not the right one. Ahí está. Vamos a platicar rapidísimo de UPS. Importante decir esto. UPS, para todos los que no sepan, ¿no? Para todos los que no sepan, UPS, que es transportes, etcétera, bueno, logística, ha estado rangueando aquí en todo este rango de los 133 a los 234 por 4 años, desde el 2020. Y acabamos de ver cómo perdimos ese rango con esta vela después de un rechazo del EMA 9, del EMA 100, y ni siquiera pudimos ir a ver el 21. ¿Ok? En la mensual, estamos hablando de la mensual, esta gente está atrapada a los $124 y ahora muy probablemente vamos a ranguear hasta acá. Porque, ¿por qué? Un segundito. Ok, esto está a punto de cerrar en 4 horas. Pueden ver aquí cuántas horas le queda a la vela. Esta, de nuevo, es una vela mensual. Este cierre aquí va a ser muy potente hacia abajo. Todo en esto pinta hacia abajo. El momentum va para abajo, la volatilidad va para arriba, lo que quiere decirnos que es un movimiento impulsivo y no correctivo lo que se viene. Justamente hay una señal de venta en el Joule. Y desde el 2011, el DMI, que es lo que te dice cuánto dinero ha estado entrando a la acción, básicamente desde el 2011 ha sido positivo hasta ahorita. Es la primera vez después de 13 años que está en negativo. Entonces, cuando volteamos a ver en la semanal la acción, déjame lo recojo una vez más, seguimos en estas caídas potentes. Esta no es una vela envolvente bajista porque no llegó a tomar la parte arriba de ello, pero sí fue un gran rechazo del EMA 21 y del EMA 9, como pueden ver acá. Y ahora el precio está intentando consolidar por acá. Muy probablemente por lo que estamos viendo en la diaria y lo que Farhan está viendo en la diaria con sus señales de momentum, lo que vayamos a ver es un rebote a esta parte, a la del 133 hasta 136. Eso es lo que probablemente vayamos a ver a corto plazo. Ahí es donde abres tu short. Puedes abrir un short delicioso en esta madre porque esto se va a ir al piso. Lo puedes hacer o aquí arriba. Puedes empezar tu primera entrada en los 133 y puedes dividirlo en 2 o hasta en 3, ¿no? En los 136 otra y máximo 140. No creo que vaya a ir a máximo 140. Creemos que los 136 van a funcionar bastante bien como un rechazo. Entonces podrías hacer algo así y esperar a ver hasta dónde se va esto. Normalmente cuando perdemos todo esto en UPS tiene bastante movimiento y estamos hablando de movimientos tranquilamente en un año de 30% para arriba o para abajo y es probablemente lo que vayamos a ver acá. Así que ojo con UPS, no se ve nada bien la cosa y también esto nos habla muchísimo de dónde está parada la economía en Estados Unidos en este momento con simplemente pues, falta de entregas, de envíos, etcétera. All righty. Let's go. Palantir.
Nice. I have this pulled up.
Palantir. Let's go.
Nice. So yeah, we have Palantir here. I'm on the 2-day chart. So we're watching this wedge here. This basically just channel, and we got the breakout very nicely. You could see that Bitcoin, Palantir is in a nice trend. It's in a strong trend. We have the higher high here that it made on the July 18th closure. And that was right around, that was $29.83. So why I have the 2-day on is I think it kind of shows us the strength right now. You see here the rejection here at resistance at 27.50, leading to a nice dump from that area. Basically, it was an impressive 5.6% move down. Why this is relevant is because you see just the buying pressure on Palantir currently. This 2-day closes in 4 hours. And what I'm watching today is just to see if we can close green on the 2-day, maybe form more of a green body here, potentially forming some hammerhead candlestick, which would be promising in my opinion, because those are usually reversal signs, and also just be a strong candle because ideally, if we can close back above 27.27, that would be the 2-day EMA 9. This would look just like a quick deviation down after getting reclaimed, and then I'd be focused on 27.50. So 27.50 is very key for Palantir. It's been a spot where we like to reject. So flipping that into support would probably put pressure on retesting these highs around $29 to $29.85. In my opinion on Palantir, the 2-day looks, bullish. The daily's in an uptrend. So I do think that we need to be on higher low watch instead of short watch until proven otherwise, in my opinion. It did make a nice low here, but in my opinion, it never broke the 2-day closure that we had on June 21st, which that low is $23.30. So what I'm seeing here is I don't want Palantir to break this low. I'm watching for the 2-day EMA 9 to get reclaimed and potentially for this 2-day to close green today. That'd be nice. And then if we go here on the weekly chart, you can see it's very much just like what me and Farhan are talking about with Bitcoin, where the EMA 9 on the weekly is a massive level. So you can see 2 times now we've tested it, this last week and then now this week. Both reactions haven't been disappointing. So ideally in 2 days, this weekly can close green. And especially if this 2-day closure that's going to happen in 4 hours from now can close green and get above this 9, this puts pressure on the weekly, potentially flipping green and turning into a nice candle. Just like I mentioned on the 2-day, the weekly potentially has it could potentially turn into like a bullish hammerhead candle, assuming this will flip green and then it breaks this high here at 27.80. So the reason I have this green line here, though, is because it just simply represents the, in my opinion, the higher high, essentially. This trend, basically, it formed this higher high here. So this will be a key spot. If we break this, this is where a lot of people end up shorting, and then they just place their short slightly above. So getting back above this green line will probably constitute another breakout, leading to another higher high. This potentially could be the higher low. With economic data, we're unsure how that's going to go, but just the chart wise, it does seem like it's trying to flip the 9 back on the daily and the 2-day, which is what we want to see with like an uptrend market. So that's promising. And then also seeing that this low potentially could just be it's just basically consolidating while not breaking the low that we had on July 25th. So it
looks like a massive cup and handle, no?
Yeah, no, it definitely could. Right here, and then potentially forming that handle now. So it's not looking bad overall. And the weekly is going to be interesting to me because it held exactly where it needed to overall. So, if you're short bias on this, I would simply just wait for the daily at least. The daily to, break structure, which in my opinion will happen if we break that June 24th low. Until then, I'd just be on higher low watch, waiting for that higher high to break.
Yeah. Perfecto. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Vale, pues, les pongo rapidísimos sin indicadores para que puedan verlo bien. Esto es Palantir, damas y caballeros, empresa americana de tecnología y seguridad cibernética y más cosas miserables con la militar. Pueden ver de dónde estamos viniendo. Voy a cortar esto. No creo que nadie necesite todavía esto, ni tampoco esto. Estamos en una clara tendencia alcista. Estamos creando ¿qué? Para la gente que nos está viendo y está aprendiendo conmigo, porque estos güeyes ya saben, estamos viendo un clásico cup and handle, o si quieres ponerlo acá, y normalmente estos consolidan así, luego tienes el movimiento a la alza, aunque nada es garantizado, obviamente. ¿Qué estamos checando? Estamos viendo en la semanal, sencillamente, este es un tope y este tope también coincide con estos niveles, así que es un nivel bastante grande. Lo que estamos buscando en este momento es un alto más alto en vez de un alto más bajo. ¿Por qué? Porque estás viendo cómo contra el EMA 9 estamos rechazando y estamos agarrándolo como soporte y rebotando a la alza en ese EMA 9 y ni siquiera hemos ido a buscar el 21. Entonces, probablemente esto nos deje crear un bajo más alto, que es básicamente lo que ya hizo esta vela comparada con esta y sobre todo con esta. Pero aquí lo que quieres es que el precio continúe su tendencia y quieres ver si aquí vas a abrir un short o si aquí va a subir. Y este es un short bastante fácil de crear porque lo pones en este nivel y no estoy diciendo que sea la movida porque se ve más positivo que negativo. Y esto lo puedes hacer sencillo. Pones tu short, lo creas aquí arriba y aquí donde lo invalidas, literalmente un centavo arriba de esto, ¿no? Para que, o sea, date 1%, ponte tú, para que no tengas excusas. Te das 1% y aquí abajo, pues tendrías que ver paso a paso qué nivel vas a buscar. Pero hay bastante espacio acá, 1% contra 12% de probabilidades de ganar. Yo creo que valdría la pena si se da. Pero lo que estamos buscando es, no sea en todas las temporalidades, esto se ve bastante alcista. Les había puesto también, vemos en la diaria cómo literalmente estamos intentando retomar el EMA 9, que está en los 27, 26, y estamos en 27, 26, literalmente ahí tal cual. El EMA 21 está abajo en los 27.05, lo que lo sigue hacerse ver muy bien. Y si volteamos a ver a la de 2 días, literalmente estamos ahí. Esto nos lo enseñó Alex para poder entender la fuerza de esto. Esta vela cierra de 2 días en 4 horas 25 minutos. Está creando un hammerhead, que son las velas que tiene la cabeza gorda y la parte baja, como yo, ¿no? y la parte baja del cuerpo muy flaquita. Estas son normalmente velas que te indican que el siguiente movimiento va a seguirse para arriba, pero obviamente nada es garantizado, simplemente mejora tus probabilidades. Así que eso es lo que estamos viendo en este momento con Palantir. Si rechazas de tu EMA 9 y luego vienes acá al 21 para abajo, ahí es donde empezaríamos a preocuparnos, pero por ahora esto parece bien y lo que tienes que seguir asegurándote es que no baje de 25.88. ¿Por qué? Para no perder ese bajo más alto. Entonces, y lo puedes seguir haciendo aunque baje un poco más, ¿no? Si lo baja hasta acá, 25.9, simplemente la más fácil de ver es aquí. Así que ahí lo tienes. Dama y caballero, denme un segundito antes de regresar yo a pantalla que me están diciendo. Ok, voy a poner esto en pantalla. Déjame ver cómo lo puedo poner. 1 second. All right, let me put this on screen. Let me just figure out how the fuck to do that because it won't just focus on this. Oh, open on preview. Once I open on preview. Oh, it doesn't allow me to do that. Let me see. Let me see if I can present you. Stop screen sharing. Now let me add another screen. What the fuck just happened?
I can pull it up if you want me to.
If you can, that'd be incredibly appreciated. I just don't know why it's not sharing into my... 1 second. Present, share screen. No, it won't let me just share it. Right, window. I got it. I fucking got it. I knew that I wasn't so stupid. Hit us. U.S. Tether releases Q2 2024 attestation. Reports record-breaking $5.2 billion profiting first half of 2024. Highest treasury bill ownership ever and largest ever group consolidated equity at almost $12 billion. God. Why is this important to you, boys?
Tether is a beast. The main reason why this is so important is because of all the FUD, and the FUD stands for fear, uncertainty, and doubt that surrounds Tether, which has surrounded Tether for the past 10 years at least, where everybody's speculating that Tether is printing fake money out of nowhere and they don't actually have the reserves for all of the USDT that they've issued. And quarter after quarter, Tether releases record-breaking profits after record-breaking profits after record-breaking profits. And y'all also have to remember that Tether is a group of I think 20 to 30 people. They have the most minimum overhead that you could imagine. Almost all of that $5.2 billion is pure profit. Everything they make is usually pure profit. And what we Bitcoiners love about that is Tether has promised at the end of every quarter they're gonna invest about 25%, I believe, or 30% of their entire profit into Bitcoin. So usually after the quarter, whenever Tether has a record-breaking profits, Bitcoin usually has a pretty nice rally within the next 2 weeks after that.
Damn. All right, en español, ahí les va. Tether acaba de hacer su reporte del segundo cuarto del 2024. Los reportes anuncian un récord, un romper récord de 5.2 mil millones de dólares en ganancias en la primera mitad del 2024. La mayor cantidad de tesorerías que han tenido en la historia, más allá de 12 mil millones de dólares en ellas. ¿Por qué es alcista esto? Porque Tether prometió a todos los Bitcoiners que iba a comprar cada... no sé si es mitad de año o cada cuarto, entre 25 y 30% de sus ganancias para comprar Bitcoin. Así que bastante bien para nosotros, para todos los que estamos degenerados apostándole a Bitcoin, a que suba. Esto es buena noticia. All right, let's go on to the next one, boys. UNG.
That's gas,
people,
right?
Natural gas.
That's gas. People don't want to listen. People don't want to, they all see it cheap, and they're like, I'm going in. I'm like, it's going to go lower. It's going to go fucking lower right now. But people are anxious. They want to see what's going on with UNG. And it's going lower.
I wonder if somebody has a huge bag that they bought way up there, and they're just praying for it to come back.
I don't think so, because everyone on the channel kind of made money on it. Because we literally bought the bottom before we had the pop to the 21. And I feel like now people are getting greedy and going like, I'm going to do it again. And it's just, you just have to wait a little bit.
Let me see. All right, my chart is up. We're looking at the weekly right now. Last time we looked at it, we were still within this previous zone of consolidation or range, and we had been in that range since about December of 2023, getting close to a year now, where we came down to the bottom of the range. We ended up bouncing again. We rejected the top of the range 2 times, and we ended up making this little top candle, and then this little shooting star type of candle with this very small body, very big body. Once we got the confirmation close below this candle's open, that's when it became bearish, and you have to target the bottom of the range. Right now, we've already closed a weekly below the bottom of the range, and we've retested it, and we're rejecting it so far. This is the point where I would probably consider it the zone of maximum opportunity for shorts, because if you were to short it here, any close back above this line, and you could target the top of this, and since we've rejected it twice already, very likely we end up going higher and retesting somewhere around these lows over here. But for now, this is a short zone where you would short it here, and your invalidation will be above here, and you would target way below these lows, almost certainly like about, I want to say 75 to 80% chance that we'd hit this if we continue to reject here, which is somewhere around $11. At this point, I don't think it's going to go any lower than here, because based off of the statistical range that you only have a 1% chance of continuation from here. This would be your zone of maximum bull opportunity, to where you could long it here and you would target these previous highs, and your invalidation would be in any close below here. These are my favorite type of trades to take, where you have a huge gain if you're right, and you have a very minimum loss if you're wrong.
Yeah.
You look on our oscillators are on the floor. Right here, our momentum it's lower than we were over here. But price action is also lower, so there is no divergence. Our volatility is starting to flip down, though. If volatility does flip down, then we'd have a setup for the bulls where you could hold that long, and you would target this zone over here on the median, which is around $19. But keep in mind, on this next close, this is probably going to come down, and it's probably going to be somewhere around like this level right here, which is around $17.60. You would want to close above this meme line to target that zone. And if you can close above that zone, is when we'd have this whole thing as a macro deviation, and we could target these previous highs. We would most likely get a rejection here, come back down here, and then at that point, I think we would touch the 200 SMA. But for now, that's like a pipe dream. It's like bullish hopium.
Yeah,
it's very unlikely to happen. The jewel is pointed very sharply towards the downside with a heavy sell signal, and we smashed through this fast moving average, which should have been support. Didn't find any type of support there at all. We're about to approach this slow moving average. This should be some kind of support, but it's not really going to be much support at all, as much as this was. As you see last time, we came down here and we ended up bouncing up sharply. This time we blasted right through it. So I'm thinking that we're going to go straight through here and touch somewhere around this bearish control zone. Possibly we get a bounce here, but we've already tested it 2 times before. So it makes it less likely. And the DMI has also flipped red. So there's more money flowing out of this asset than there is flowing into it, and by a good amount. That coincides with my theory of this continuing to reject and us moving down towards this $11 area. But it does not look good. It looks very bad.
So rejection would be 1467, right?
About 1406.
About 1406. Got it.
If we want continue right now, we're still rejecting off. If we want to keep rejecting off of it. On the daily, we have momentum pointed heavily towards the downside with volatility supporting it, and we have a fresh sell signal on the jewel. That's all telling us that it gives us more confluence for the idea that this 9 EMA and this line over here is going to continue to hold its rejection, and we're probably going to go down towards that $11 target. And on top of that, we have a silver cross as a downside on the daily.
Oh, holy!
So on the daily and the weekly, it's looking extremely bearish, and we're getting a rejection at resistance right where the bears would want to see it. If I'm not trading this right now, but if I would trade it, I would take if I was going to take a position here, and if I was aggressive, I would open up 1/4 of my position here and open up the rest around this line, wait for any type of closure above this line, and then I'd close it. Otherwise, I'd take my TP right around here at $11 and like 80 cents or $11.90.
Wow. Clean.
That is fucking nice. There's a lot of people right now that are going to shit their pants when they listen to this, but they were warned. They were warned, Farhan. That's all that matters. 1 second. Let me.
The pain teaches everybody about the market.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. It always fucking does, dude. Nothing makes you learn more than just losing a ton of money and getting that cold feeling in your body of like, fuck, did I really just lose that much money? It's a nice little lesson.
You're like, if I could only go back 10 minutes.
Yeah. Ok, tenemos UNG por acá. Un segundito, déjenme, pongo esto en la semanal, hago esto y les quito estos para empezar. Aquí estamos. Vale, pues pueden ver esto, viene una bajada, como siempre esto es un ETF, por lo que tienes que comprar y vender en cuanto te dé el PAP para la alza, como básicamente lo hicimos por acá abajo. Ahora, estamos nosotros en esta zona, aquí abajo. Aquí hasta abajo es donde nos encontramos en este momento con el precio. UNG está cotizando en este momento en $13.69. Nice. Y tengo que decir esto. Esto es un ETF de gas natural. El gas natural, cuando compras un ETF, no te quieres quedar con el ETF porque a través del tiempo se van a ir a cero. Es simplemente matemáticas de cómo funciona. Así que lo que quieres hacer es comprar cuando ves que el gas natural, el activo al que está representado en el ETF, lo que quieres hacer es comprarlo cuando creas que ya tocó un fondo o cuando tocó un techo, hacerle short o un long, de acuerdo a lo que estés viendo, y simplemente llevarte el porcentaje donde veas, ok, hasta aquí llegué, y salirte y volver a repetir. Esa es la idea de esto. No es de que te lo quedes para siempre. Esto no es gas natural tal cual. Entonces, atención a todos. Estamos viendo la semanal. La semanal, lo que nos dice Farhan es, tenemos también esta velita que nos dijo que íbamos a ir para abajo, al igual que esta. Tuviste la confirmación, luego tuviste el retesteo y nos fuimos para abajo. Hay 70-80% de probabilidades, de acuerdo al sistema que usa Farhan, de que el precio se vaya a $11. Bueno, a 10.92. Eso sería una zona de máxima oportunidad para aquellos que son alcistas. Y eso más o menos estaría, digamos, lo voy a poner imparcialmente en los 11.09 por acá. Entonces todavía tiene camino para correr hacia abajo esto. El momentum está abajo, la volatilidad está empezando a irse para abajo y si aguanta ese setup sería para los alcistas. Pero, ¿qué tenemos que hacer para que esto sea alcista y para que todos los que ya están invertidos en esto digan, no quiero perder los calzones? Sencillo. Tienes que literalmente cerrar arriba de esto, de los 14.13. Si no puedes retomar este nivel y tener un cierre arriba de esto, muy probablemente vas a ver la baja. En la diaria estamos viendo que el Joule, y se los pongo acá también para que puedan tener una visión más cercana de lo que está pasando en la de harina, que es la de diaria. Podemos ver en la diaria también esto. En la diaria tenemos una señal de venta en el Joule. El DMI, que es la cantidad de dinero de inflows o outflows, es negativo. Entonces estamos viendo que hay más dinero saliendo, está más en rojo que en verde. Y aparte tenemos un Silver Cross, un cruce plateado hacia la baja. Y a menos de que cierres arriba de esta vela, de los 14.10, si no tienes ese cierre ahí, vas para abajo, carnal. Vas para abajo. Voy a eliminar esta línea. Y ya, es lo único que tienes que saber. ¿Cómo puedes jugar esta posición? Muy sencilla. Puedes comprar, puedes dividir tu short, ¿no? Porque es lo que deberías de hacer, honestamente, en este tipo de posición. Estamos aquí en short. Literalmente puedes empezar a agregar aquí, ¿no? En la parte donde estás, la primera parte de tu short. Entonces puedes hacer esto y poner tu stop loss simplemente arribita de estas velas, en los 14.16. Y puedes llevarte tu take profit probablemente hasta los 11.20, algo así, por acá más o menos. Así es como se vería tu short. Para poder ganarle a UNG en este momento y hacer tantito dinero. Es lo que estamos viendo en las tablas. Vamos a seguir para adelante, como de que no, damas y caballeros. All right, let's go. Let's see. Fed. And I cannot guarantee that this is not a pornographic site. No, it's not. Is it? What's Fed? Forum Energy Technologies.
I think it's an altcoin, right?
No.
Oh, that's Fetch.ai. I see.
Yeah. We're very crypto driven.
Yeah.
It's the
That's
only
all we
thing
think
I know.
about. Yeah. Let's see.
All right,
Oh, it's one of those things that just keeps coming down and down and down. Holy shit.
all right, I think I have it here.
Once again, fellas, you don't have to play these things.
I know.
You're like paying, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
It's like, let me find a really bad graphic that looks like is at 0 and put my money in because it's going to pop, but it never pops.
There's a famous saying in crypto. It says, choose rich, don't choose poor. When you buy stuff like this, you're choosing poor.
100%. 100%. All right.
Okay. Yeah. So we have Fed here. Let me go off the 3-month and just go off the monthly here. So yeah, this chart, I mean, it's not looking the best. Let me zoom out. Yeah. So, I mean, this is just one of those charts that really aren't doing much overall. I mean, let me see how big this range is that we've been in. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, that looks a lot bigger. So, I mean, yeah, it's in a massive range here overall. What I see here on Fed is it's basically just in a solid downtrend. We briefly did break support again, kind of like what we did here in December of 2021. What I'm looking for today is, ideally we want to see that 1761, 1770 area hold for possibly a push up to this 9 on the monthly. And that's sitting right now around $19.50. We have to assume though that it's going to just reject, just like it's been doing for many months now. So I don't know why this time would be different. So the assumption would be that, yeah, this area should be some resistance, if not just another lower high overall. Let me go to the weekly now. So the weekly is also, I guess, giving me a little more confidence that we potentially could have a bounce here. And again, I just watched that monthly EMA 9 if we do. Why I'm saying that is just simply because we see the EMA 9 on the weekly curving up, a good sign. And also we're getting that, we're getting nice price action kind of where we need to, which is at the extremity low. After losing support, this looks just like a bullish deviation to me. The reason why is just because we lost it, rejected it, broke down, but then quickly it got reclaimed. And then on top of it, we see that we had a nice rejection overall this week, but it simply backtested the 9 on the weekly while holding meme support. So that's a good sign overall. But again, I don't think that this is going to do some massive recovery. I would just be looking at this area here, right at this rejection high here, as a potential area for another just lower high. And I think the monthly also.
That's kind of like where the monthly had the, yep.
Yeah, exactly. So, even if it doesn't hit this red line, I do still believe that this EMA 9 on the monthly is going to be strong resistance. Just out of curiosity from there, 7% move essentially, and this will keep going down, especially since we have this monthly closure in 4 hours. Now let's go to the daily here. And yeah, the lower time frames are looking okay for just like a mean reversion bounce. And I just think the weekly kind of shows that better overall. This isn't looking the worst, but I wouldn't again expect too much out of this. So something to watch overall. If we go back to the daily here, let me throw on just out of curiosity where this 21 is, this EMA 21 on the daily. So yeah, we are catching support on the 9 and even a little bit on the 21. So yeah, I'd watch for this $19 area to be the potential next zone for resistance. If it even gets to that point. But this chart's very weak, and I would not discount the the weakness of this chart. Like Farn said, there's really no point in playing these if you don't need to. And so I guess the hopium here on the monthly would be the fact that we never broke this low made on 2021 of December. That would be the hopium. This was some macro higher high, and now the hopium is that this is some macro higher low. So the idea then, if you're going to play that, is you just really wouldn't want to see price get below $14.71. If you're like playing the monthly or you're kind of investing, that would be kind of the hopium overall. But yeah, now looking strong. Monthly, watch the EMA 9. That's right now sitting at $19.48. sitting right around the meme line at $19.85. So right around $19.50 to $20 should be strong resistance overall. Now, if the monthly does reclaim the 9, to me that'd be a great sign. It would signal some kind of shift, because you can see here how for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 10 months, it's been heavily pushed down, rejecting it each and every time. So reclaiming that would be a welcoming sign. So I would watch closely. The monthly closing in 4 hours isn't looking the worst. So yeah, giving me more fuel and confidence that I do think we push up, maybe sometime next week to this $19 region.
Nice. Very nice and very simple
chart. Yeah, interesting chart overall.
You guys want to throw on the monthly for CME? Very interesting, and it's about to close in about 5 hours.
For Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Who's going to do it?
I'll do it.
Ahorita vamos en español, mi queridísimo Juan David, con esto. Nada más rapidísimo vamos a checar con Bitcoin. Let's go with Bitcoin, ladies and gentlemen. What do we got here? Oh, no, we're fucked. I'm just kidding.
Wrong chart. Right here, you see on CME, I have a line drawn here from the 2021 previous cycle highs. And we have this massive consolidation zone where we've been consolidating here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. Currently, we have about 5 hours to go. Anything can happen in 5 hours in crypto. That's basically an eternity.
It's true.
But right now, not only are we above this this monthly resistance beam line, but we're also above this 38.2% level. And right here on the monthly, we're getting volatility starting to flip back down, and we're getting the momentum going sideways. With volatility flipping down, we have a target of the median where we basically kind of front ran it. We didn't really touch it. Whenever we see it price front run it and it doesn't actually touch it, it shows you that there's a lot of buying interest right here, and everybody who wanted to buy at this zone was unfilled, and people bought like ahead of them. And right now we're still holding the 9 EMA on the monthly and the 5 EMA on the monthly. And if you can see it every time in Bitcoin's passed, every time it's held the 9 and the 5 EMA, it's gone on parabolic moves. Right here, it held the 9 and the 5, went on parabolic moves. So if we were to get a close above both of these zones, our first natural target would be statistically around $90,000 to $91,000. But in this monthly right now on CME is looking insane. And the CME chart is a little bit more accurate than the spot price action chart, because this is what the institutions follow.
Oh, all right. Leave it there. Don't go anywhere. Let me just tell everybody what you just said, okay? Estos son los futuros CME de Bitcoin, ¿ok? Para que sepan. Esto es más, esto es algo que la gente usa más que las instituciones grandes usan más que lo que es literalmente spot, para que entiendan esto. Lo que estamos viendo en el precio es, pueden ver las velas de hasta arriba a la derecha, y de nuevo, estas son velas mensuales. Cómo el precio está consolidando en esa línea. En este momento el precio está arriba de ella y la vela está a punto de cerrar por encima. Vean, la primera vela cerró arriba, la segunda vela cerró abajo, la tercera cerró arriba, la cuarta cerró abajo y la quinta está a punto de cerrar arriba. En 5 horas todo puede pasar, obviamente, pero si tienes ese cierre tal cual lo estamos viendo en este momento, aquí arriba en los 60 no puedo ver tanto hasta allá, 64, 400 o 370, lo que sea. Si tienes este cierre y lo podemos hacer, de nuevo, faltan 5 horas, todo puede cambiar porque sobre todo tenemos un anuncio de la Reserva Federal, pero si tienes ese cierre, tu siguiente objetivo sería $90,000 en Bitcoin. Así que atentos a este cierre, sobre todo porque esto puede llevarnos a Valhalla y pues tal vez quieras abrir un long, tal vez quieras abrirte un long. All righty.
I got one more thing to add, by the way.
Show me.
So right here, you can also on the monthly kind of see this as somewhat of like a dirty inverse head and shoulders or like a cup and handle type of thing.
Oh, yeah.
So I have the measured move drawn over here, and let's see what that would theoretically take us to. That would have a theoretical target. It's probably not going this high, but
no, I have it too.
Theoretical target of about $280,000.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be crazy though?
Insane. Couldn't you argue too on the monthly? There's potentially, that looks like a bull flag.
Yeah.
It's a bull flag. on the monthly, if you're just looking at the chart as is, but on the monthly, a little bit of a, hang on a second, because I just did it. Oh, fuck. On the monthly, it kind of looks like, no, on the weekly, like an inverse head and shoulders. And on the daily, it really certainly looks like it, like the consolidation area.
Yeah, right over here.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can get a target for the month, the weekly. That would put us right here at this 50% zone to 61.8% zone, around $85,000 to $86,000, which also lines up with another setup I have, as that being a temporary local top.
Damn. Let's fucking use it, boys. Let's go. So one more time, I'm just going to share this one more time with everyone. Así que están viendo, si tienen ese cierre, van a querer venir a Blofin y abrir un long de aquí hasta los $80,000. Bueno, hay cada quien y paso a paso. Y la segunda es, también pueden venirse a Bitget, que tiene fees más baratos. Y si todavía quieren más apoyo en su decisión para hacer todo esto, también tenemos el Discord en la parte de abajo del canal, ¿ok? And for everybody watching, you might want to come over, especially if you're in the United States, over to Blofin and use our links in the description down below. That's going to give you some extra money with your deposits and your trades. If you want to trade within the United States, this long opportunity that Farhan was just talking about, you can also do it on Bitget. If you're looking for lower fees, you can use a VPN. You're within the United States, or you can go international. If you're international, use Bitget. The description is in the link is in the description down below. And also, if you need any mental support for your bad decisions and all of the fear that's going to arrive into your body, I recommend you guys to go into our Discord, go talk to these gentlemen, and make sure that you feel reassured, that you feel warm in the testicles, because that's going to help you tremendously. All right. With that said, let's go into the chart of Fed. Ok, estamos viendo Fed, lo pusimos en la mensual, ok. Lo tenía en la semanal, te la voy a poner en la mensual. Vienes de una caída brutal, carnal. Esto es una de esas acciones que no deberías de comprar, pero bueno, ya estamos aquí y a todos nos pasa, ¿no? Entonces ya la compraste y estás hasta acá abajo. En la mensual, y te lo voy a poner acá instantáneamente para que lo puedas ver, en la mensual tienes esta situación. Vienes de esta bajada hasta esta subida. Recuerden que todo esto son años de consolidación. Estamos hablando de 5 años desde el principio de esto. ¿Ok? Esto viene desde el 2019 hasta acá. Entonces, has tenido el precio rangueando por 5 años en esto, no se mueve demasiado. En este momento, algo que se ve bien en la mensual, aunque esto debería ser un no para todo el mundo que esté volteando a ver este tipo de acciones, en nuestra opinión personal. Algo padre es, en el 1 de diciembre del 2021 tuviste este mínimo en los 14.74. Y ahorita que te volviste a venir acá, al otro mínimo, está encima de él, 15.23. Y ahorita estás encima de esta resistencia que claramente ibas a perder y volviste a subir. Muy probablemente, y lo que nosotros estamos viendo, es que el precio vaya a buscar justamente los 19.48 por esto. Además, esto coincide con esta línea de aprecio, básicamente aquí. Si la quieres ver, te la voy a pintar en chinga. Más o menos coincide con esto. Yo la bajaría un poco más, pero me salió bastante alta. Aquí. Entonces coincide más o menos con esta resistencia. Así que si tienes un trade acá, probablemente sea que ya estás holdeando y probablemente quieras vender acá. Hay demasiada presión de venta en este asset, pero en temporalidades más chicos como la diaria, por ejemplo, estás encima de la 9 y del 21. Y ahorita justamente te estás peleando con el 100 y agarrándolo de soporte. Lo que probablemente te esté diciendo que sí. Y aparte el S&P 200 está justamente en los 19.69. Que tal vez tengas esta oportunidad de rebote de aquí a acá. No sabemos qué se vaya a dar, pero se ve bastante débil esta acción. Alrighty, boys. Before we get to XRP, which you were talking about XRP and shit went down really nicely. It's BBVA, but in Spanish, it's BBVA.
All right. You want to do that one and I do XRP? Since that one's my baby.
Calm the fuck down, Farn. Don't take credit for the price going up. I do that.
It was just me.
I'm the producer.
I put in the market buy and I made it go up with my own account.
Once you sold the long, that was the breakout sacrifice.
That's what happened to me. That's what happened to me. I got rid of my XRP position to buy Joe Biden, and that's what made me double the money. So I kind of went faster. I kind of went faster than everybody else.
The fastest. Believe me, I know a lot of fast people. You've never seen one this fast before.
Whenever you're ready. Here we go. Oh, sorry, boys.
Nice. So BBVA, interesting chart overall. We're going to start at the weekly for now, and you can see here, weekly is looking quite interesting. Potentially, bear hopium here is that this pump up essentially is the lower high with the deviation. In my opinion, would look better for bears if in 2 days, basically, we deviate this support line at $10.57 to $10.60 and actually lose the 9. That would, to me, signal weakness overall. And this would give more confidence, this potentially being another lower high, confirmed completely when we break this low here. That was made on the weekly of June 10th, sitting at $9.48. So, I mean, it's kind of, it's like a fight right now between bulls and bears. Are they going to try to push it up and form and break this high, pushing to this $13 region? Or bears going to step in and deviate this again while losing the EMA 9 on the weekly. So very interesting spot. Let me go to the 2-day here. And the 2-day, it just looks nothing crazy. This is, again, closing today. So ideally, bulls do want to push this back up and close back above $10.67. And there is still a little, like 3 hours and 50 minutes. So, I mean, anything can happen at this point, especially with the potential of the Fed day and all the data and volatility incoming. But, that is a sizable move from here, 1.4%. So not looking the best overall. I'd be cautious here. And if we do end up deviating, I'd watch that 1070 it's basically the exact line is 1068. So I'd watch that as either the bearish retest then. Flipped support, right? Flipped into resistance, and then we get the expansion down. Then you could have an actionable trade potentially, especially if you're going off of the basically the lower high thesis. You just short the meme line on the bearish retest, maybe the daily EMA 9. You have a second bid there, and you simply just have your stop loss a little above the high formed on July 23rd. Maybe like at 11:18. That's how I would play that. But overall, not looking the best, especially with this this SFP basically to the downside. Not looking the strongest, and this weekly definitely has some girth to it. So I'll be watching the EMA 9 on the weekly to hold like it's been holding now for 3 weeks since it got reclaimed on the 1st of July. So very interesting chart overall. This chart does like to hold the 9 on the weekly, so this is a very key spot overall. Ideally, bulls. Yeah, exactly. Like ideally, bulls step in soon. Considering this does close in 2 days. Let's see the 12-hour. Yep. So until then, I'll be looking at that $10.68 region to act as resistance, and I will be looking if we're basically going to follow the thesis that this is a lower high. Then I would be looking at this low to probably get broken, leading to a retest of like $8.96 to $9. If you're playing that right here, it's like in a no trade zone because the move already happened. So essentially, I just wait for confirmation, see where these closures come and where this daily EMA 9 presses down. If it presses more towards that $10.68 region, gives me more confidence that this area is going to be resistance, potentially leading to that bearish retest.
Makes sense. Makes absolute sense. Yeah.
And you can see here, just like on the daily, I mean, we do have like almost like a double top with a lower high here. So, the ball is definitely in bears courts right now. So we shall see. Probably this chart will get brought up again. So it'll be interesting to update it.
Yeah. So save it. Farhan's taking a little quick break. If you want to take a quick break while I do this, let's go. All righty, ahí les va. Tenemos BBVA, muy sencillamente puesto, esto se ve algo bajista. La razón por qué, número uno, tienes esta vela que es una vela de tope y luego tienes instantáneamente una confirmación con el cierre de esta, que es una confirmación, un cierre abajo del cuerpo de esta vela y creo que se lo llevó, pero de corbata. Estamos viendo, este es un rango semanal para que no se me pierdan. Luego intentamos volver a retomarlo, al mismo tiempo perdimos el EMA 9, pero instantáneamente lo volvimos a retomar y luego volvimos a rechazar. El EMA 21, que es el amarillo, nos ha salvado y nos ha mandado para arriba. Intentamos retomar otra vez el 9 y volvemos a tener otro rechazo. Ahora, vuelves una vez más a subir acá y ¿qué estás notando? Tienes un bajo más bajo, un alto más bajo que para empezar esta vela. Entonces, esta vela es más baja que esta vela es más baja que esta y obviamente esta. Sobre todo cuando lo pones en la diaria, te da una mejor perspectiva de eso, de que literalmente estás generando nuevos bajos. Lo puedes ver acá en la diaria, pinta una mucha mejor fotografía. Yo creo que puedes poner esto acá para darte una buena idea en qué tipo de tendencia estás. Está el precio. Lo bueno de esto tiene honestamente algo bastante sencillo de reconocer, ¿ok? ¿Y eso qué es? Que esto probablemente va a ser un short. Estás aguantando en la semanal el EMA 21, eso sí, pero acá tienes otra de estas velas topelonas, ¿no? Aparte de la que tuviste acá, tienes otra vela topelona y estás creando nuevos bajos. Probablemente vayas a crear un nuevo bajo si esto de verdad no puede romper a la alza de los 11.19. ¿Cómo jugarías esto? Sencillo, puedes abrir un short aquí en el nivel de los 10.64, 10.70, poner que tu eliminación sea que tu stop loss lo tengas a los 11.22 e ir a explorar si puedes llevarte esto, ¿ok? Para que lo puedas ver visualmente. Voy a ser un poco agresivo con mi short, lo voy a poner acá. Voy a poner mi stop loss literalmente aquí arriba. Y esto lo dejo acá. No mucho que ganar. Es básicamente el doble de oportunidad de ganancia que de perder en esto. No se ve nada mal. Entonces, tal vez valdrá la pena por ahí. Pero así es como se ve la situación de estas cosas. Vale, pues tío. All righty. I got you back. I got you back. Farhan, you're doing XRP. You're the fucking chosen one. I'm going to go take a piss while you say it. I'm going to pay attention.
You're muted, Farn.
Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one.
Alondra, you're muted now.
All right, so I had been slightly bullish on XRP for a little bit, a while, since I've seen this little bit of a symmetrical triangle / pendant formation on the monthly since December of 2020. Usually these little symmetrical triangles don't really play out. They have like a 55% hit rate, but on a time frame like a monthly, they're usually pretty strong because not as many people are trying to draw these on the monthly. And what makes me think that this is a bullish pendant is because XRP, unlike most other shitcoins, has been making higher lows consistently with every single cycle. It made a low here on this cycle, it made a higher one, it made a higher one. Each time it's been making consecutively higher lows. And right now we're approaching the apex of this triangle. Usually that's where we get the breakouts, somewhere between this zone over here. And right now with this monthly candle is giving us a massive bullish engulfing. It's engulfing this candle, and the past 3 months of price action, it's engulfing. And we're approaching this previous resistance zone somewhere over here. That's what I'm looking for a breakout. If we get a break above this zone right here, that's where I'm confident that it's going to, at the very least, retest these highs somewhere around $1.50. But considering this is a multi-year breakout, I would be very comfortable saying that we're going to go a lot higher than that, probably over $2, maybe $2.50. Let me find a long-term fib and see what I could put in as a realistic price target. So once we're able to close above this area, our first target would be these highs over here, around $1. If we can get a monthly closure over there, then we would have a very high probability long up to the 161.8% level. This is not a number that I'm comfortable saying at all. don't take this as a call that I'm going to say it's saying it's going to go to this number, but that would have somewhere around $12, which is what all of the XRP mega bulls are talking about on Twitter/X. Everybody's saying it's going somewhere to like around $10 to $15. I personally don't think so. I think it'll best case scenario go around $2.50, maybe retest all-time highs at $3, but I think it's going to reject there and continue to make another higher low for the next cycle. And then the next cycle is where I can see it's breaking $5 to $8. But right now, I'm not currently that bullish, but I am extremely bullish on XRP. I ended up taking a long somewhere here around 51 cents, but I closed it at 62. So, which it was a pretty nice move for about 7 hours, but not as nice as it could have been if I were to have held it for the breakout. But I'm not for shitcoins. I don't really trade shitcoins. Alex doesn't trade shitcoins either. So whenever I do end up taking a trade on this, I'll take something that's a very high probability, and then I will close it as soon as I can.
Yeah, smart.
On the oscillators right now, we're getting our HPDR momentum is flipping up, and we're starting to lose the sell signal on the Joule on the monthly. We have not lost the sell signal on the Joule on the monthly since September of 2022, right around the bear market, where we got this little bit of a bounce to the edge of this resistance line, and then we rejected and fell down hard. We went from 94 cents all the way down to about 38 cents. I'm guessing this is around the point where they won. Yeah, July of 2023 was when they won their lawsuit with the SEC. We quickly broke above this little pendant right here, but we rejected it and closed below it, and we closed below this line over here, which was showing us some serious weakness after that major win that everybody was looking for, that it couldn't even hit $1. Everybody's been getting so bearish on XRP for the past couple of years that anybody who has even a $1 price target for XRP gets mocked to hell, which tells me more that that's the unpopular trade and that's what side that you want to be on. Let me switch.
Your monthly chart looks interesting. Is that where's the RSI on that chart?
I don't have one on this one. I'll flip to a different one with the RSI. Here's my RSI chart.
Very clean.
My alert.
What's happening? Did the CPI data came out?
No, that should be at 1 p.m. my time. My RSI is not showing up.
That's fine.
Here comes the fuckery with Bitcoin.
It's coming soon.
It's now.
Oh, is it? I thought it was in an hour.
This is a 3-minute candle. No, the fuckery though. It's starting right now.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
It went to 66,700. It just fucking dropped.
All of my indicators just disappeared.
Let me see here. The 2-hour. The 2-hour on Bitcoin still looking good. Back tested that EMA 9, now holding it.
What happened to them?
All of my indicators just disappeared.
How?
Your chart's naked, sir.
What?
Here, just while you get it going. While you get it going.
Bitcoin.
Yeah. Let's go. Some Bitcoin action right now.
This is something I was posting on the Discord. Personally, I'm not trading today, especially with the monthly and the economic data. But if you were trading, this is something I posted on the Discord earlier today. You can see how the 2 hours just been pressed down very heavily on this EMA 9. So an easy setup I've been looking and that I gave was just simply reclaiming this EMA 9, back testing it, which we got, and now we're getting that expansion off of it. Looks good. So ideally now what we're looking for is to break that 66,871 level, or you could just call, the last, the 2-hour high of today, which was, 66,840. So to the T, kind of perfectly lines up with the resistance. So would be eyeballing that. But, like you said, there's going to be a lot of just fuckery overall, just right before an event like this and a monthly closure. So always better to just watch and wait. But if you're actively trading this would be something I'd be watching.
Yeah, looking good. Hopefully it can hold and then just expand towards the upside. Come on, Jerome Powell, come on. You know the economy's in the shit. Just tell us all that we need a little bit of hopium, that you're going to drop interest rates. You don't know when, but just tell us that you will. That's all we need to know. That's all we need to know. This is my advice for Uncle Jerome Powell. Are you set, Farhan, or need some more time?
1 sec. I don't know what is going on. I should have it in a second.
No rush. I'll do the Bitcoin chart real quick. The Bitcoin. Yeah. I want to really work hard on my Trump impression.
It's pretty good, not gonna lie.
I can do way better, dude. When there's like a spot where I can find myself in, that's fucking incredible. But I've only done it like once or twice, where even my wife is like, "Oh, that was pretty good," and then it goes to shit. I need to find it. Either way, Bitcoin en español, básicamente. Rápidamente, esta es la tabla mensual. Les voy a poner la de 2 horas, que es lo que estábamos viendo en este momento. Y como pueden ver, vean esto, en la de 2 horas puedes ver esta línea de tendencia. En la de 2 horas acabamos de retomar el EMA 9, veníamos de haberlo perdido por acá, que fue en los 69,134, y puedes ver las grandes caídas que se dieron después de ahí. Intentamos retomarlo, hubo un rechazo del 21, pero luego rebotamos en el 200, retomamos el 5 en esta vela, y lo mismo estamos haciendo acá y estamos en verde siguiéndolo retomar. Ahora nuestro siguiente objetivo será poder romper básicamente los 66,000, digamos 800, que es más o menos por donde está el EMA 100, y también esta línea de resistencia que, bueno, era soporte, ahora se convirtió en un poco de resistencia, pero en bajos timeframes, así que no nos preocupa nada. Vamos a ver cómo se da esto, sobre todo con la junta del Fed, pero pues aquí estamos esperando a ver este movimiento y a ver qué nos dice el tío Jerome Powell. Now, Farhan, let me ask you something. Are you ready? Or are you indicating you're muted? But whatever is going on seems like it got worse. So let me just go into the XRP chart myself. XRP, USDT. All right. Here we go. I'm going to put it on the monthly because the monthly, I think, is the best way to look at it.
Jesus,
right? Esta es la tabla de XRP que estaban preguntando. Ripple, la nueva moneda mundial que va a salvar a todo el mundo de las... la moneda que va a esclavizar a todo el mundo con las CBDCs. Pero bueno, XRP, interesantemente, ha creado desde el 2022 bajos más altos. Aquí tuvo un alto más alto, ya ha hecho altos más bajos, pero no ha roto la tendencia de crear, si lo quieres ver así, nuevos bajos. Entonces, ahorita en este momento en la mensual se empieza a ver la cosa bastante bien. Lo que decía Farhan es, de acuerdo a todos sus indicadores, sobre todo el indicador en el Joule que estaba en vender desde el 2022, literalmente desde que empezó esto hasta ahora, se acaba de voltear a comprar el indicador, obviamente, a una compra fuerte. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo y esperando? Estamos viendo y esperando que podamos tener cierres arriba de estos, del punto 747. Y con eso, y aparte la media que nos sacó Farhan de todas las medidas que estaba diciendo, y dijo, no cree que va a pasar, pero puede ver esto irse hasta $12, que se me haría una locura, pero también al mismo tiempo todo el mundo ha estado diciendo y burlándose, incluyendo a mí mismo, a la gente que estaba holdeando XRP por tanto tiempo y que han estado de alcistas por tanto tiempo y el precio nada más no sube, y les hemos dicho hasta cardanistas, ¿no? Hay varios de ustedes que tienen cara de cardanistas. No los quiero insultar tan feo, pero es lo que había pasado. Entonces, ¿puede ser este el momento de XRP? Vamos a ver, porque se puede dar arriba de los puntos 75, de los 75 centavos. Yo creo que vamos a darnos cuenta de que algo muy especial va a ocurrir. Déjenme subo esto. Literalmente. Y voy a agregar a Farhan al stage, pero voy a regresar yo acá a la tabla. Ok, queremos romper esos puntos 75. Eso nos diría que esto se va a ir muy para arriba. Y si están bien los indicadores de Farhan, esto se va a ir al maldito cielo. Así que si están pensándola, están de verdad pensándola, se pueden dar una vuelta a Blofin y aquí mismo lo pueden hacer en perpetuos. Le picas aquí, pones XRP, te metes a XRP, abres un long que en este momento vamos a abrir. No se crean, no vamos a abrir uno. Pero también lo pueden hacer en Bitget. Share this tab instead. Recuerden, XRP simplemente en futuros. Le picas acá, te da XRP y te lo pone tal cual. Y cualquier pregunta que tengan, dense una vuelta a la Discord de estos caballeros para poder asegurarse que todo lo que estén haciendo esté bien hecho y no estén haciendo tonterías.
All right,
My guy.
I got it working.
You got it working?
Yeah.
All righty.
Let's go.
I had to reset my cache on my Google Chrome.
Oh, interesting. I wonder why.
All right, we were looking at the RSI.
An XRP, that's the SPX. Or were you looking at the RSI?
I'm about to change it. Let's make this one go away. So right here, we're going to go to the monthly first on XRP.
Mm-hmm.
Right here on the monthly, you can see that we made a lower low on the RSI. We ended up making a higher low on the price action. So if we can get any type of monthly close above 60.6283, we would confirm hidden bullish divergence on the monthly RSI, which, as you can see, every single time we've had it, we've gotten a pretty significant move, even if it doesn't look like that much. In terms of percentage-wise, that's like 211% based off of the monthly hidden bullish divergence. And we have the same thing right here where we're getting the jewels starting to lose its curvature and flip back up sharply. If we do close above this previous red candle open at 0.6283, very likely this jewel is going to flip to a buy signal, and then we're going to have our move from there upwards towards 95 cents towards $1. And our volatility in the monthly is dropping to extreme lows. Volatility has not been this low on XRP since its entire history. You can go all the way back to towards the most price action they have on Binance, and volatility has never been this low. And the way
would the Bollinger Bands be tight as fuck then?
Yeah, they should be, because this is based off of the Bollinger Bands.
Yeah.
And the lower volatility goes, volatility is programmed to expand. It's going to expand eventually. The way you can consider it is like you take a beach ball and you push it down underwater. The further you push it down underwater, the more the volatility goes down. And then eventually when the volatility expands is when you let go of the ball and it flies to the top.
Mm-hmm.
And
excellent analogy.
Let's go back to our HPDR. Back to the monthly. And that meme line right here lines up exactly with this 38.2% level, which is considered the shallow Fibonacci level, or the number to cross to change market structure. If we were to close above this 38.2% level on this meme line, it would turn this downtrend into an uptrend, and then we would target somewhere here on the golden pocket around $1.25 and $1.31, which comes up right around my short-term or medium-term target of around $1 to $1.50. Past there, if we were able to close above this golden pocket, then we would at that point we would retarget the highs of 2020, which is somewhere around $2. I wouldn't be comfortable personally saying it's going to go anywhere higher than that. It easily could, but if I was trading it, that's where I would take profit.
Yeah. My God, you have no balls. No.
Right? Too scared.
I'm too scared of gains. It's okay. We'll teach you how to lose it all.
On the daily, we were here against this monthly resistance line. We found resistance against it twice. We almost touched it here, but now today we're breaking above it by a good amount. We still have about 7.5 hours to go before the day closes, but it's looking strong. As long as we close above this line and the 38.2% level, from there, almost certainly we're going to go to this top line at the 78.6% level, which is about 70 cents. I personally do not think it's going to find resistance there because of how conditioned everybody is to be bearish on XRP. I think everybody's going to start shorting this area around 70 cents.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's going to blast us up to this top line in the 80s. And that's where I think it'll find some short-term resistance.
Yeah. I mean, once it gets running, I feel like once you pass that level of the 0.93, which was the last high, right?
Yeah.
Once you get past that, I think people are gonna flip the fuck out and go like, this is gonna go to $10.
Everybody's going to be saying future of finance again.
Exactly. And it's gonna be back again to the fucking nonsense.
And right here on the Jewel, we're about to get a perfect signal where it came down to the slow moving average. It started to lose the curvature, and now it's about to get a buy signal. And the DMI is well into the bullish control zone, and it's strongly green, which tells you there's a lot more money coming into XRP right now than there is going out. It's that classic meme of that you see on crypto Twitter, where people are saying the institutions are accumulating your XRP tokens.
That's happening right now.
Don't sell your XRP tokens to the bankers, friends.
God damn. I want to open a long so bad.
Once this jewel flips to a buy signal, in my opinion, that would be the perfect time to go long. And then your invalidation would be any close below this line right here. Then you could just cut it.
And that line is on 65. Yeah.
Yeah, that line is about 64 cents.
Yeah, basically where we at. Crazy. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Pero sí, básicamente, no sé por qué está enseñando eso. Básicamente lo que estamos viendo con XRP es justamente lo que les platiqué. Lo que quiero agregar es que Farhan nos dijo, vean eso. Es eso, para empezar, que justamente queremos romper esta resistencia. Esto nos pondría en una tendencia alcista. Estamos viendo que la volatilidad está en el nivel más bajo que ha estado en toda la historia en Ripple. Por lo que, ¿qué pasa cuando tienes baja volatilidad? Vienen movimientos extremos. Entonces, en este momento, los Bollinger Bands, que son los indicadores de volatilidad, se están apretando como cuando te hace el apretón en el salón, cuando estás poniendo atención en clase, uno de esos apretones sabrosos, y cuando lo suelten, va a subir. Tenemos que esperar a tener este cierre. Este es un cierre mensual, por cierto. En 7 horas cierra pero queremos asegurarnos de poder cerrar diaria, mensual, semanal, arriba de los 64 centavos, y eso probablemente nos siga empujando hacia arriba. Eso es literalmente el anuncio de XRP. Vamos a ver Pepe. Yo sé que a Farhan le gusta Pepe. Who wants to do Pepe?
Let's see here. I haven't looked at this in a long time.
Just a little shitcoin. You're muted, Farhan. I'm sorry.
Keep forgetting.
We even surprised.
The greatest meme of the entire internet.
You know,
Pepe, there was a Pepe coin in 2016 in the previous election, but then for some reason everybody branded it as a white supremacist icon because everyone
I remember that.
It was a massive troll campaign on 4chan where people were trying to like see how far they could push the social justice warriors. Have you heard that how apparently like the OK sign is like a white supremacist symbol?
I heard that it started like that.
It started on 4chan where everyone was just trolling. Everyone was just trolling. They were like, let's start a whole troll movement and convince the social justice warriors because they're so stupid and retarded that this is a white power movement.
They are.
And they bought it. They bought it.
Of course. Why not? I mean, look, it can be zero blacks. See what I mean? It's that easy to like fucking tell a story to someone. What do we got here? Pepe.
Nice. So I'm going to look at the daily. The daily is actually looking quite interesting. To me, actually, you could potentially argue, and Farn can correct me if I'm wrong, this looks like a inverse head and shoulders.
Yeah.
Really. While also basing on meme support here and we'll just assume the zeros are there at 1086 point, there's, I don't know, 4 zeros there. Yeah, we'll just say about the number. So 1086, I guess, is support right there. You do see here though that the EMA9 is acting as resistance, but with inverse head and shoulders, ideally, we hold the low here at 967. This can go a little lower, of course, but ideally this support would hold. That would make it a clean trade because then invalidation is very clear essentially on this trade. If we go now to the lower time frames like the 4 hour, it's actually looking quite good on the 4 hour. You can see this 4-hour EMA 100 has been acting as resistance. We came down, consolidated, broke out, and now we're just basing on it. We've hit it a few times here, and each time there's been some kind of reaction. Like the first time here when we hit it, a nice 15%, and then right here at the wick low came a little lower to the wick high, 14%. So this is an area where price on Pepe likes to bounce, in my opinion. A telling sign here overall would be that price breaks the 4-hour EMA 9, and then if we slap the EMA 21 here, ideally the idea buy signal for me would be getting above the 9 and the 21 on the 4-hour. So basically, if price can get back above 1164, essentially, that'd look actually really good. And then I'd be focused on this wick high rejection here that we made. And this is a 4-hour chart. So this wick high rejection was made on July 29th. I would look there. If we break that, we'll probably get fuel to go up to this high here. This not in one push, but overall, I mean, the way XRP is looking, Bitcoin is consolidating. It can definitely give certain altcoins the move. And one thing to note about, I think it's Pepe, and Farn, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that it moves in correlation with ETH pretty nicely.
Yeah, it's an ETH beta coin.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting actually, because a lot of people don't know it as that, I guess. They just think of it as, oh yeah, it's a shit coin. But this could be, in my opinion, if you're super bullish on the ETH ETF and you think ETH's going to move, technically speaking, then yeah, this would be the higher beta trade setup, is playing Pepe, because it does perform with ETH by a lot more at a percentage gain. And especially the way, lower time frames like a daily, the 12-hour. This does look like an inverse head and shoulders to me. So, something to watch overall.
Would you mind drawing a measured move on the inverse head and shoulders?
Yes.
It's basically the bottom to the top of that line.
Yeah, so it'd be measured on this one, I believe.
Yeah.
Down to the bottom wick.
To the bottom, yeah. So, if this plays out and we start getting momentum from where we're at.
Oh, you would start it from the top line.
But yeah, you would measure it from the top line. Top.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because that's where the breakout happens.
Yeah, so that's right around the target zone I have for the first rejection at 0.19.
This would basically mean, we're breaking the high. And it squeezes up. This is a target zone of 1934. So massive.
So what you're saying is we should all buy Pepe.
On leverage.
Yeah, definitely. Everything on Pepe. Something to watch, and it's definitely something to be mindful of, especially with the ETH narrative. I know so far the ETH ETF, has been pretty it's been like a nothing burger so far. But that doesn't mean institutions aren't still buying. Like I think we had BlackRock actually massive. I think it was over 60 million on the ETH ETF.
Yeah, it was 117 million yesterday.
Yeah, insane. So, it's definitely something to watch if you still have that bias overall. And, Pepe isn't looking the worst, especially if it can hold this level here at, 10.86, essentially.
What I find very funny about how everybody is considering Ethereum to be dead and the ETF to be nothing is that this dude, Larry Fink, is literally telling us that he wants to tokenize the entire world on Ethereum.
Dude.
I'm kind of retarded, but I'm not retarded enough to fade Larry Fink.
No, because he owns the entire world. And the same thing with JP Morgan. JP Morgan owns a massive stake on Ethereum. And they're the reason why they want to go into no history Ethereum.
Yeah, Jamie Dimon will never lose.
Jamie Dimon always wins. He owns the fucking world, dude. People just look at him and think he's a banker. He owns the Federal Reserve. He owns the United States. If you own the banks and you can create money, you own it all. So good for Jamie. Good for Uncle Jamie. All right, vamos a ver Pepe. Pepe lo tenemos muy fácil. Recuerden que Pepe es una criptomoneda que también está en Ethereum, ¿ok? Y como está en Ethereum, es un proxy de Ethereum con más volatilidad. Eso quiere decir que si Ethereum sube 10%, Pepe va a subir, digamos, 50%. Más. 4, 5, 10 veces más que que Ethereum, pero también tiene el lado contrario. Si Ethereum cae 10%, Pepe va a caer 50%, para que tengan una idea de lo que estamos viendo. Esta es una gráfica que no tiene tanta historia porque Pepe nació en el 2023. Estamos en la gráfica semanal en este momento, los voy a poner en la diaria. Y en la diaria les voy a hacer esto que fue lo que nos enseñó Alex, ¿ok? Quiero que vean esto. Aquí en Pepe, en la diaria, empieza a ver bastante bien la cosa. ¿Por qué? Porque habíamos perdido aquí el EMA 5 y acá perdimos el 21. Entonces, bajamos, tuvimos esta caída y de esta caída con esta vela verde lo pudimos recuperar y ahora estamos peleando. Hemos rebotado en el 21, pero seguimos, perdimos tantito el 5, lo volvimos a rebotar, lo perdimos y ahorita estamos peleándonos justo con esto. Nosotros creemos, bueno, Alex y Farhan creen que la oportunidad va a estar arriba de ganar el EMA 5. Una vez que retomes el EMA 5 en la diaria, porque creo que en timeframes más pequeños está a nada de hacerlo, correcto. En el de 4 horas lo pueden ver aquí, está tocando, pero está siendo rechazado. Así que ojo acá. Y también fue rechazado por el EMA 100. Vamos a ver si lo puede volver a retomar. Cada que retomas el EMA 100, vean el tipo de movimiento que nos da. Es un movimiento bastante grande y agresivo y es justamente donde estamos en este momento. Intentamos perderlo acá, no se perdió, simplemente fue a tomar liquidez y a testear el SMA 200. Entonces, tienen que estar aquí, asegurarse que podamos pasar del 11, y esto fue lo que dijo Alex, el punto 1164 para sentirnos bien de que esto va a tomar, que literalmente nos pone aquí arriba del EMA 21. Arriba de esto, con un cierre diario y semanal, nos vamos a ver bastante bien. Si no, tenemos que seguir esperando con Pepe y con todos los demás a que Ethereum haga algo con esto de los ETFs. Pero como dice Farhan, si Larry Fink, el tío de BlackRock, y aparte Jamie Dimon, que también es dueño de Ethereum, básicamente, quieren tokenizar todo, ¿en qué cadena creen que lo vayan a hacer? ¿Y quiénes son los beneficiados directos o indirectos de eso? Aquí lo tienen. Alrighty, boys, here we go. Let's see what else. Mobileye.
Mobileye. Never heard of that.
We have Mobileye. Here it is. It's MBLY.
Okay, found it.
Oh, it broke the fucking channel that I had it on, and it broke the, yep. This could be a great buying opportunity if we just knew what Mobileye was. I know what it is. I just can't remember right now.
Oh, I'm muted. Damn, no wonder. I was saying that. Yeah,
you were throwing some fire jokes and no one listened.
No, Mobileye is the company that was making the autopilot hardware for Tesla before they moved over to hardware too.
Oh, you're absolutely right. So yeah, what are they going to do now?
After Elon left them behind.
Not looking good. And you can tell by the chart, it's telling you that it's doing that.
Very good. I see my chart. This is the monthly right now. The monthly is looking like absolute death. The beginning of price action we have from 2022, where it first started trading on the NASDAQ, on this wick, we've already broken it by a large amount, and we have a massive red candle going downwards. If we close anywhere below this low, basically from right now, we're still in no man's land. But if we close below this low, we'd be in a place where you would not want to short it or long it, because it could come back at any point, or it could continue to drop another 50% from here. Let's see if I can get a bearish fib retracement on this and see what our targets would be to the downside. So if we continue to break like this and this candle does break, the next minimum target I would look at is the 161.8% level, which is currently sitting at $10.85, which is nearly a 50% drop from here. Let's check if our oscillator is saying anything. Yeah, right now there's not enough price data to really get anything important from these oscillators. So let's see if we can move down to a lower time frame and get anything from there. Right now on the weekly, the momentum is starting to point up with the volatility pointing down. So that would statistically give us a target of this median right here. We have a silver cross to the downside, and the median is going to come down on this next close.
I'm thinking it's going to line up with this 21 EMA somewhere around $27.20. And that's going to be the point of maximum opportunity for bears. Open a short there, and you next target would be that $10.85 zone. You would close half of it over in this zone at $23.50, and the other half at $10.85. And your invalidation would be any close above that area of this 21 EMA around $27.40. You get a close above that, then you can target these previous highs up here around $42.90. But based on how the monthly looks and the weekly looks, it's more likely to keep going down and hit that $10.85 after getting a little bit of a bounce here and rejecting one of these EMAs. If it's extremely bearish, it's probably going to reject the 9 EMA and not even go all the way up to the 21. On the daily is looking very bad as well. We've consistently been in the extreme zones for a long time. And whenever we're in an extreme zone, it takes bears even more pressure to pull it down. And bears have effortlessly been able to push it down with not even a little bit of a bounce. Right now, we're getting our momentum starting to flip up, and we're getting volatility flipping down, and we're getting a God mode signal in the jewel in the bullish control zone. So this setup right here on the daily does provide confluence with the weekly setup that we would go up to test the median somewhere around $27.40. Around there is where the oscillators would most likely start to flip back into neutral. And we get a couple more rejections there, they flip to sell, and then I would look for that move to $10.85. But I don't see any reason on this at all to be bullish on this coin. I would look for shorts rather than any place at all to long. Even if we would get a bounce, and we get a clear statistical bounce, I wouldn't play it because the risk to reward is just not there.
No, you play the short instead. If you get the bounce, then it makes it easy for you to go all right, let's fucking go on the other side. Because
then you'd be looking for short entries.
Yeah, and especially fundamentally talking about a company that was left behind by Elon, and that's what they do. That's not very good, no?
Yeah. Elon was their largest customer, putting autopilot of the Model S and the Model X.
Yeah, they're fucked. Absolutely fucked. That's a nice way of putting it.
They sold I think 200,000 of those systems to Tesla, and now they're selling I want to say less than 10,000 in a single year.
God.
Ooh, not looking good. Bueno, vamos a la gráfica. Como pueden ver, esta es una gráfica que no tiene tanto historial. Estos son los tíos que le hacían todo el sistema de cámaras, etcétera, a Tesla para la primera versión de su piloto automático. Obviamente Elon Musk dijo para la segunda no los necesitamos, muchas gracias por todo, y digamos que no le fue bastante bien al precio, lo teníamos en este rango, nosotros ya lo estábamos analizando antes, me imagino que lo habías pedido tú, mi queridísimo Alberto, y voy a eliminar el rango, aunque es bastante obvio, vean lo que acaba de pasar y acaba de romper. Cuando estamos viendo ahorita la mensual, puedes ver cuando salió la acción, el IPO, tuvo este bajón y luego llegó a ser el mínimo. Rompió ese mínimo sin problema alguno y todavía se fue más para abajo y ahorita está retrocediendo un poco a la alza. Pero el mismo bajo más bajo que había hecho en 23.52 hace 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meses, lo acabamos de romper y con fuerza hacia la baja. ¿Qué es lo que vemos en esto? No importa si lo pones diaria o semanal o cómo, esto es una caída brutal, perdiste todos tus EMAs, están bastante lejos y esto no pinta nada bien, damas y caballeros. La cosa en este momento que probablemente nos dé, porque estamos viendo el momentum, la volatilidad exactamente apuntar a que el precio se va a ir a la parte media del indicador de Farhan, o mínimo es lo que tiene más probabilidad, eso es a los 27.36. Ahora muchos de ustedes van a decir, pero güey, de 20 a 27 hay una ganancia, voy a meterle, pero hay muy poca probabilidad de que eso pase. En realidad no te quieres meter a jugar esto hasta que llegues a los 27 y ahí le haces un corto. No le quieres hacer un corto ahorita porque tampoco sabes que va a caer más. Puede que rebote en este momento y se vaya a esa media, pero la realidad es que puede seguir bajando también. Entonces, la jugada más seguro en en esta acción específicamente, es esperarte a llegar a los 27, esta zona justamente que coincide con el EMA 100, esperarte a llegar acá y aquí abrir un short, porque esta empresa no tiene cara de que se vaya a salvar, ¿ok? Es un poco de la historia y vamos a checar VOG. All right, boys. Wait. Oh, yeah, we're here. I just had a massive brain fart. VOG. The fuck is VOG?
Some ETF, Vanguard ETF.
Vanguard.
I see we have some boomers in the comments.
It.
When is the FOMC? It's incoming soon.
It's at 1 hour time, so about an hour and 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, I see.
Oh, I see some.
Please, Jay Powell, do not destroy us.
I would say if Bitcoin was going up like crazy right now, and it's not, that's when he destroys you.
Oh yeah.
Like normally what they do is they sell you on the other side at first. Like, oh, it's going to go up. For sure they know something. And then it goes to shit. The fact that there's no movement right now, it's pretty good in my eye as of now.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a good point.
Did I just put my own chart? I did. I'm sorry. Of Vogue. The boomer ETF.
Nice. Okay, cool. So we're sitting at the weekly here. Very strong chart overall, steady uptrend. On this chart on the weekly, you should just be on higher low watch, in my opinion. And it makes sense. I mean, I think it's attached to the S&P 500. So, we know stocks have just been, especially indices, have just been in a steady uptrend for all year, basically. So, I don't see why you wouldn't treat this any different. Just bid on the higher lows potentially. So right now we see here that the last weekly, definitely we got that like toppy candle, red doji right at the top, and then we got the expansion down last week, losing this EMA 9 that price has been grinding up on. Now trying to reclaim it a bit now with stocks trying to bounce. So what I'm looking at now is either this scenario to play out where this chart on the weekly doesn't like to lose the 9 too long and for too much. So, maybe either we reclaim it, and we'll know soon, 2 days incoming. So if this starts reclaiming it, I'd be confident saying that the higher lows potentially in, and then we'll look for the move up to, not at one go, because this probably moves slowly, but ideally, yeah, we'll get the trek up to that $350 level. But we need to reclaim this 9 first on the weekly. And you can just visually see price really does like to respect it. And you can see last time it got lost and was reclaimed, in my opinion, that was just another higher low leading to a higher high. So if that happens again, I'd just look at this scenario, and then just the idea would be that, the 9 holds on the weekly. This candle too on the weekly it's forming is pretty strong. Buyers stepped up. So very interesting to see where that's going to close in 2 days from now. The daily is also looking pretty good for now. I want to see where this closes in 3 hours, especially with the FOMC coming up in about an hour. So this is definitely going to get impacted by that. So going to be very interesting to me to see if we can flip this into support again, giving more confluence that potentially the weekly higher lows already in. And then, that ideally will bleed into the weekly reclaiming the 9. So I'd watch the daily for today. Let me throw the 21 on. Yeah, so, we have the 9 here at currently at $320 and the 21 at 331. So I'll be looking at this range as like a potential resistance zone. Ideally, if price can get back above the 21 while holding the 9, that will give me a easy trade signal to long, in my opinion, because the idea would be we just want to hold those 2 moving averages, kind of like what we saw here. Even though it lost the 9, the 21 still held, back tested it, and then we just resumed the rally. So a very key area right now, one thing after the next. It's to me like a story. So we first just want some structure to form, which would be reclaiming this 9, which has been a very key spot for this. Give us more momentum to push up to that 331 level. Reclaiming that, which has been a rejection zone, would be nice for, potentially forming that weekly higher high in the coming weeks, potentially. Overall, the trend is your friend. The chart's looking strong. And now it's just a waiting game to kind of see where these closures come about.
Yeah. Excellently put. All right. Let's tell everybody to share their P&Ls if they can, their cards on the Discord, so we can share them with everyone. I'll do a share screen. So if you're a motherfucking proud guy that just made some money and you have your P&L card and you're in our Discord, share it right now, and we'll share your big dick move with everyone. Y para todos los que están escuchando en español también, váyanse al Discord de estos tíos, pongan sus tarjetas de P&L, lo que han ganado o tal vez lo que han perdido. Vamos a compartirlas con todos ustedes. Preferencialmente si tienen The Elite Trading Academy sería lo mejor, pero bueno, está bien, vamos a compartir, vale. All right. Voy a empezar con VOG rápidamente. Voy a empezar en la mensual. Esto se ve bien. Esta es una buena tabla, honestamente. Se ve que es un buen ETF. Ha estado en tendencia alcista. Aquí pueden ver el cup and handle, la ruptura hacia arriba, lo que puede decirnos que tal vez tenga más upside el precio. Ahora, si volteamos a ver la semanal, estamos viendo un poco de la historia contada. ¿Qué estamos viendo en este momento? Tienes una vela un poco topada, luego tienes esta caída donde pierdes el EMA 9 y luego tienes un retesteo del EMA 21. Entonces el EMA 21 siempre está aquí para salvar el día, aparentemente es lo que le gusta a esta acción, si lo pueden ver, aunque cuando lo pierdes son caídas bastante grandes, estamos hablando de casi 30%. Pero por ahora lo estás tomando y tienes una vela bastante alcista en esta. Este es un hammerhead, la verde que estás viendo acá. Esto quiere decir con el cuerpo delgadito que llega hasta acá. No sé si lo puedes ver en la pantalla. El cuerpo delgadito nos dice todos los compradores vinieron a empujar el precio hacia la alza y ahorita estamos justamente peleándonos con el EMA 9. One second. Yes, sir. Yes, Farhan. Ahorita estamos peleándonos con el EMA 9, a ver si lo podemos romper. Esto es en la semanal y estamos bien recargados en esta línea de soporte. Ahora, en la diaria es un poco la misma historia y tenemos que poner igual muchísima atención acá. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Vamos a aclarar un poco más la visión para todos. Estamos intentando retomar una vez más el EMA 9. Este es un punto importantísimo. ¿Quieres ver cómo cierra esta vela en los 3 minutos, en 3 horas y 4 minutos? Recuerden que tenemos a la Fed para, ¿cómo se llama? Recuerda que tenemos a la Fed en este momento y va a hablar, así que va a haber algo de volatilidad. Pongan muchísima atención. Y pues es literalmente lo que estamos viendo. Tenemos que ver cómo cierra en la diaria, la semanal, sobre todo en la diaria. Si podemos cerrar arriba de los 3.27.97, nos va a hacer sentir bien. En la semanal estamos buscando un cierre arriba de los 3.28.77, pero faltan 2 días, 4 horas para ella. Es lo que diríamos, pero se ve bastante bien. Es cosa de ver si puede aguantar estos niveles y tener un rebote a la alza o si va a seguir la tendencia hacia la baja y perder este soporte, y vamos a ver qué tanto puede bajar. Ok, voy a compartir rápidamente con la gente esto y esto. Es P&L Cards. Un segundito. Segundito.
Got mine posted.
Oh, you did. There we go. Share this tab instead. Vamos a compartir con todos ustedes nuestras ganancias. Farhan está solamente arriba. Dude, wait a second. No. You're $5,000 up. I was worried that you were 5,000% up. I was like, what the fuck?
I wish.
Oh, yeah, that caught me. Yeah, I was like, oh.
Yeah. My guy, XRP.
My favorite coin.
Holy shit, $11,000. Good for you, Farhan. Good for you.
Not a bad day, if I do say so myself.
Right here, Ray is just collecting eats. My guy, making some money right here. Good for him. Then, holy shit, he keeps killing it.
Short.
96%. Nice short. Very nice short.
Our guys know how to swing both ways. No Diddy.
No Diddy, baby. 8.2% gain on this short for Mr. Chapo. Well done, sir. And, dude, let's go. 14.62% on your short. Well done, dude. Charles Leclerc, Luigi and Bitget, 65.72%. This is why you can't compete with the fucking stock market here. This is crazy. Esto es literalmente por qué no pueden competir en la bolsa, porque estás buscando volatilidad, véanlo rápido, un long 65%. Acá se llevó también Benedict un 44% en su short. O sea, acá
These
en
percentages
Blofin,
are crazy.
sí, 143%. Así que estos perros haciendo dinero como se debe, carajo. Y aparte, estos son movimientos rápidos. De nuevo, Bitget 37.38% por Benedict. Y en Bluffing, ya tenemos acá lo de, ¿cómo se llama? Elite Trading Academy, por si están compartiendo sus screenshots de Bluffing con nuestro ¿cómo se llama? Alex.
I have these for days. I just don't like shit them because they're through the other exchange.
Holy shitballs, nice. Un 40% para arriba. En los últimos 7 días, un 170%. Estos son sueños del tío Salo. 168%, 44%. No. You guys are making me feel like a total asshole. All right, I'm done. I'm done. Let's continue. Baba. Check out Alibaba.
Yes.
And let me congratulate everyone and also you guys, everyone that's winning right here. I love seeing that. Congratulations to all of you guys. Y para todos ustedes que están ganando con nosotros, muchas felicidades a todos. Son unos putos genios y unas bestias. Motherfucker. Dude, with those P&Ls you guys have, I cannot wait to do the copy trade. After we're done here, I'm going to deposit my $10,000 so I can copy your trades. Okay? I'm interested in 170% returns.
That was the nice part too about the Discord is it's long and short. A lot of people can only long, but the beauty of me and Farn is we're an awesome team because we can play both sides.
That's right. That's fucking right. And no Diddy.
No
Very
Diddy.
Important.
No Diddy.
Very important to know.
No Diddy.
All right. So we can see right here on the weekly, we do have a silver cross all the way. It happened back in May of 2021. I believe that was the time where Jack Ma disappeared. If anybody,
yes, sir. Yes,
we had a silver cross to the downside and immediately started nuking really hard. After that silver cross, it lost just a small 75%. You know, no big deal.
Almost nothing.
Right now, we are getting a little bit of a bounce, somewhat of an uptrend. We made a low right here. We made a high. Now, for now, as we speak, this is a lower low. If we were to lose this previous weekly candle low at what price is this? $74.55. We're almost certainly going to retest this low right here at $67 at the 50% zone. We would probably get a bounce here, a little bit of a bounce back up to this blue zone where the price likes to stay at 38.2. But I feel like it's strongly going to reject there, and we're going to go back down towards these lows at $58. See if we can get something from the oscillators. The oscillators are supporting the bounce because the momentum is flipping back up, volatility is supporting it, and we are getting a fresh buy signal on the jewel down here. And it's curving back up. We want to see it curve back up a little bit more like vertical curvature. As of right now, it's not the strongest buy signal because it's kind of like sideways. On the next close, if we do see it curve back up, then we would have a higher probability that on the chart, on the price action, that we're going to break above this, 50% zone. And then from there, we could retarget this gap over here, right around at the 100% HPDR range, which is around $113.85. At this moment, it doesn't seem very likely because the silver cross of the downside is still holding. We haven't gotten any conclusive closes over this 55 EMA. Every single time we closed over it, we immediately went back under it. Right now, we're still at the 21, which is the last hopium for the bulls. If we lose this 21 and then this wick low, then we would almost certainly come back to these previous wick lows over here. But right now, the bulls do have the momentum on their side. If they can manage to break this 55 EMA, then they would get a free ride up to this gap fill. But this is personally not a trade that I would take because it looks weak on the weekly and the monthly. And I would rather look for a place to short it versus trying to play this bounce up to this gap over here. Let's go to the daily.
Can I show you something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I just think also, and I'll put yours real quick too. But look at this. It's making like a nice, this is on the monthly.
Oh yeah, we're at the apex now too.
Yeah.
So interesting that it's doing this. What a fucking destruction, by the way.
If it does break out of the apex of that triangle, I would target that top line that you have.
What yeah, the 112. That's exactly where you had your target, like a 111, 113. I can't remember what it was.
Right here on the daily, we're getting upward momentum with a little bit of a curvature down, while volatility is starting to curve down as well. So that would tell us if we do move down, that would be a corrective move, possibly come down and fill this gap here at $76.75, which is also where the median is at. And we do have a fresh silver cross at the upside on the daily. All of those zones line up here with this gap. If we do test this gap, I would expect to get some strong buying action here and like a quick wick and bounce from there. If we don't see any type of that kind of strength here, I would then just close and expect it to be bearish and go down to this bottom 38.2% level, which would then take us back to our weekly setup down to those $58 lows. We're getting a fresh buy signal on the jewel right here. This one is a little bit stronger than the daily, but it's still not as strong as the ones in the past. On this next daily close, if we do reclaim this fast moving average, then we're going to be above all of the major moving averages. So that will almost certainly give us a more vertical upward curvature on the jewel. And then that would give confluence to your triangle to break above it and hit that 112, 113 number, which was the gap. At that point, instead of longing to that gap, I would be looking to short the gap.
Yeah, which is interesting because how long can these fucking go down for?
With a company like this, it can slow bleed for probably the next 10 years, I think.
It's like that big. Holy shit. So right now, your daily bias, would you say it's daily is a little bit high, more bullish than the weekly?
I would lean towards bullish on the daily and bearish on the weekly.
Yeah. Which makes sense because then you're going to go pick up that gap at the bottom, 68, right? Like 65, 68. And then probably from there find yourself like with a nice rebound, probably try to go hunt for the 82.97 again and maybe even the 112, but that's a step-by-step thing.
If that gap area does hold, then the daily silver cross will confirm, and then that should give us enough steam to hit that upper gap towards 111, 112.
Got it. All righty. Thank you, sir. Les va Alibaba o Baba en chino. Pueden ver aquí este potente triángulo de consolidación. Venimos de caídas gigantescas con una excelente vela de tope por ahí de octubre 20. El mercado chino lleva la delantera, como pueden ver, y luego tuvimos este caidón. Estás hablando de literalmente desde el máximo a donde está el precio hoy, un 75%. Esto es la mensual. Los voy a llevar a la semanal. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo en este momento? En la semanal estamos un poco bajistas. Tenemos cara que venimos a topar con esta parte del rango, aunque no debería ser tan importante, pero pues, la verdad que sí funcionan estas líneas. Estamos arriba del EMA 5, del EMA 21, pero probablemente lo que veamos es un rebote a la baja, a la zona de los 64, donde hay un gap que va a buscar ir a cerrar. Y ese gap está por acá en los indicadores de Farhan, por aquí más o menos, que es el bajo de esto. Eso es en la semanal, pero la diaria se ve más alcista. La diaria tiene cara de que puede subir un poco más y aquí pueden ver el por qué. Creemos nosotros que primero el precio va a ir a buscar la parte de abajo antes de un rebote a la parte de arriba. Estás en medio de la nada, no es recomendable entrar en este momento en Baba, es un poco, pues de nuevo, territorio de nadie. Pero ¿qué esperamos? Primero una bajada y luego una subida y vamos a ver si podemos romper estos niveles. Aquí lo están viendo, simplemente esto es una tendencia que lleva desde julio del 2022 y como todo, si tienes un buen breakout, aguanta y sobre todo arriba a este nivel de los 82, 88, podrías empezar a pensar en los 112.1, pero hasta entonces te la andas comiendo, tío, con nosotros y probablemente vayas a ver nuevos bajos. Vale. All right. Oh, I thought it said BMW. BMY. What's BMY?
BMY. I've never heard of that shit before.
Bristol Myers Squibb Company.
Weird.
And I pronounced that right, by the way. Squibb Company. I don't know what a squib is.
Squibb. Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
Sounds like a little bit of venereal disease. I don't have a lot of experience in the subject yet, but I'm sure at some point I will. Once I get new wife money. No, wait, what's the expression?
Wife changing money.
Wife changing money.
There we go, boys.
A lot of people in crypto have gotten wife-changing money, but on the other side.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's more like it's a short on your wife.
There's been so many posts where people are like, I just put in 75K, I'm about to make life-changing money. Then the next post they post saying I got liquidated. Everybody is saying, well, you did get wife-changing money.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Crypto Twitter's unmatched, in my opinion.
Oh, nothing beats it. It's fucking the crazy of the crazy of the crazy.
Okay, so here we have BMY, and it's an interesting chart. I have no idea what they do, but overall, I mean, this is the weekly, and we could see this little deviation here that's playing out now. It's a deviation because we lost what was support. We know support from this level here. Lost it, and then it got quickly reclaimed. So what I'm looking at now in the weekly, at least, is maybe a little back test here around $44, $44 in that 44.50 region. That would be, in my opinion, quite healthy. It would probably trap a lot of shorts as well. The idea behind that would be that the weekly EMA 9 holds. It's just a quick back test, leading to everyone thinking that this is just another weekly lower high.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. If we, lose this weekly EMA 9, this will just actually look like a lower high. But the bull hopium would be that we gain enough momentum, because when people short, that'll give us momentum to actually break this last lower high here, which is currently sitting at $55.04. If price can get above that, I do think we'll have a nice little squeeze to this $59 zone. So something to watch there as the weeks go on. If we go to the daily here, daily is just rejecting, slightly front running the EMA 100 on the daily. Big area here for price. Honestly, we wouldn't expect it the first tap to break it. And the funny part is it hasn't even tapped it yet, almost, but not yet. So something to be mindful of too as well. And this gives me a little more bias on going down more than up currently where it stands. And so you see that we have a nice gap fill here too as well.
Do you use the SMA 200
yes.
in these type of scenarios? And,
I'll always look at it
because it's recovering it right now and doesn't seem like it happens quite often.
Yeah, so with the SMAs, I only watched the 100 and the 200. And that's a great point you mentioned, actually. So, even though the EMA 100 on the daily is slightly getting front run and rejecting, here we do see the flip on the daily SMA 200 here, which is interesting to me. Ideally what we'd want to see is that hold for now, and there's still 2 hours and 47 minutes left.
It's losing it.
Yeah, for now it's losing it. And that it's a great area, because if we lose this and flip into resistance, again, it will just give us, in my opinion, more fuel to actually go and back test this weekly EMA 9. And a price does like to do that. So like when we got the breakout here, it went and back tested it, got the expansion. It just had a hard time holding it, especially after forming this lower high here. So what we want to see here is, just a back test anywhere. And we don't have to go to the weekly EMA 9. But if it starts coming down again, like this chart loves to do, that's a macro spot I'd be looking for to actually hold. For the day-to-day, I'd be watching this SMA 200 on the daily. For now, losing it, and this candle doesn't look too strong. So be watching that. Losing that probably will give us more momentum to go down to this $46 region. If we lose this on the daily, which is the 9, then I do think we'll basically mega dump. Exactly, mega dump to the EMA 9 on the weekly. So it's basically, if this happens, then that, and it just is a waiting game. If we go and we look at the 4 hour now, the 4 hour looks a little different. We can see here that it's trying to flip right now this EMA 9 into support, but also we're basing off this EMA 100. A good sign. What we don't want is something that played out like here, where it lost it. wouldn't be strong, and then lost it again officially, leading to a nice dump below. So very key spot for this chart. I guess on the lower time frames, if you trade the 4-hour, we are technically at support, which is sitting currently at $47. We'll call it $48 and $47.42. You know, that for now is where you'd want the lower time frame support to hold if you trade like a 4-hour. But I always tell people that are just getting in, better to just stay on a daily, in my opinion. It makes it a lot easier, especially if you're just starting out.
Yeah, the 4 hours for fucking degenerates when you're like, when you've been doing this for a while and then you go back and forth checking on the, you know, taking a piece of it, of your advice, go checking the 4 hour to the 1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And even like the 15-minute people
so
trade.
So you can lose your fucking mind. Absolutely.
If you're a true degenerate gambler, though, you go to the 1 second chart.
I don't understand how people do that. That is fucking crazy. Like,
I honestly
absolutely
don't understand
crazy.
either. The 3-minute I can trade slightly off of with like the 15-minute, but that's just because I've been trading for a while. But the 1 second,
that's insane.
I don't even know.
I've done the 10-minute. That's it. That's about it. I feel like
if you're trading the 1 second chart, you might as well just go to Vegas, get those free drinks.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. But at the same time, I'm a degenerate, so I'm going to trade the FOMC meeting in the 1 second chart. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Can you imagine? That'd be fucking awesome. All right. Vamos a ver. Estamos aquí en BMY. No sabíamos exactamente qué era, lo habíamos dicho en voz alta, es Bristol Myers Squibb Company. No sabemos qué mierdas haga, pero suena bastante bien. Vamos a empezar en temporalidades altas como la semanal. En la semanal pueden ver exactamente lo que ha estado haciendo el precio, pero antes de enseñarles los indicadores, me gusta siempre que podamos ver todo. ¿Saben qué? Vamos a ver la mensual rápido para que tengan una buena idea de cómo se ve esto, ¿ok? This kind of looks like the Bitcoin chart a little bit. A little bit. Esto parece un poco la gráfica de Bitcoin. Un poquito. Pero bueno, esto es la mensual. Esto es bastante grande el time frame. Estás hablando de 1997 hasta acá y hemos estado rangueando literalmente en esto desde entonces. Bueno, desde el 2013 que volvimos a retomar el rango y aquí estamos. ¿Ok? Estás creando un alto más alto, alto más alto, un alto a más alto, bastante bien, pero acá estás creando bajos más bajos. Así que tenemos que ver exactamente qué está haciendo el precio. Vamos rápidamente a la semanal, donde estamos en este momento. Aquí podemos ver que estamos bastante arriba del EMA 21 y aparte del EMA 9 y estamos a punto de ir a buscar el EMA 100, ¿no? Eso es bastante interesante, pero lo que nos dice esta tabla, porque vienes en caída y estás abajo de esto y apenas lo estás retomando, que se ve bastante bien, vamos a buscar confirmación en la diaria. En la diaria podemos ver que las cosas son un poco diferentes. Tenemos un gap acá en el precio que está en los 45.90, 45.96 y aquí también, nunca venimos a cerrar este gap. You guys see, we never came and closed this gap. Por ahí de los 47.36. Entonces, muy probablemente vengamos a buscar este nivel una vez más. Este es el SMA 200. Interesante que en la diaria vino a intentar retomarlo y lo está rechazando. Tenemos que ver cómo exactamente va a reaccionar el precio. El cierre de esto es en 2 horas 42 minutos. Entonces, si rebota la baja, lo que queremos ver es que se pueda aguantar en el EMA 9, el verde acá. Si puede aguantar eso como esto y confirmas que es un rebote más, muy probablemente vayas a tener este objetivo de los 57.70 bastante bien puesto. Pero si no, puedes prepararte para ver una caída más grande y probablemente venir a retestear el 41.06. En temporalidades más bajas, como la de las 4 horas, puedes ver exactamente lo mismo. Estás literalmente bailando en el EMA 9, lo que es bastante buena señal. ¿Quieres ver si puede aguantar el precio ahí? Literalmente. Y también ve la confluencia que existe por ahí del precio en los 45, donde viene el SMA 200, que es el morado. Así que lo que estás intentando ver es dónde va a cerrar esto. Si va a seguir a la alza o si va a seguir a la baja. La diaria es la que mejor idea te va a dar de esto. Así que pendiente a la baja. No quieres cerrar abajo de los 46.57. Y también esto va a subir, recuerden, de acuerdo a lo que a los promedios y de los cierres. Pero tienes este gap acá, por lo que muy probablemente venga a buscar la liquidez, cerrar este gap y después seguirse, o tal vez se sigue derecho sin cerrar el gap y nos vamos de fiesta todavía. Pero de nuevo, todavía tienes este gap por acá, chiquitito, en los 47.58. No me sorprendería si el precio va a buscar eso. Pero se ve alcista si aguanta esto, se ve bajista si rompe estos niveles, básicamente sin tener que ponerle mucha salsa a los tacos. Wow. Lots of people asking about Forex, USD, Euro.
That makes sense. Let's see here. Because Dixie's moving so much today, too.
Continues. Yeah, now it's at 104.2.
Let's see. Yo, Farna, you want to share Euro? Or do you want me?
Oh, I was muted. What I was saying was that I have absolutely zero experience with Forex, and Alex is a lot more than me.
Yeah, I can do Euro.
Do it up.
And I'm not experienced. I just traded it, I think, just a little bit more. But this is my Euro USD chart. I think that's what they wanted, right?
Yeah.
No, USD Euro. I think it's the same. I don't know.
No, but this is good. This is the way they want it. Trust me.
Yeah, perfect. So let me get this a little cleaner here. Cool. So Euro is an interesting one I like to follow, especially since we trade Bitcoin, and Dixie's something I watch almost every day. The reason I like watching Euro is because I'm pretty sure it's one of the most heavily weighted against Dixie. So meaning when Euro's going up, Dixie's going down, and vice versa. So Euro overall, the daily is kind of looking rejective here. We are basing off this daily EMA 100, but the fact that it kind of retraced this entire pump, is weak. Now with FOMC, this is for sure going to move in the next hour or two, so it's going to look a little different. But I do think it's interesting how it's at a very important spot here. You can see the reaction when the daily loses this on Euro is big relative to Forex. It loses it, retests it, and then dump Ola. So overall, if we do lose this, I'll be looking at this region as support. The idea would be, if we zoom out here, so the idea would be that we can form some structure on the daily, find support in this region here. This is sitting currently at let's say $1, 178. Yeah, or 176. So that's an area I'll be looking for if this daily doesn't hold. And the idea would be we'll get some kind of reaction there. We'll either retest this on the daily and flip into resistance, giving us more momentum to go down to here at 162, or it base into support, giving us momentum to break out. Now, when I look at Euro, I like to look at Dixie and kind of see what Dixie's doing. Because it doesn't seem wise not to, especially since we know it's so heavily impacted. So currently Dixie's not looking the worst. We see here on this daily that was formed on July 17th, had a nice dump, took out all the stops here, nice recovery. And now, very much just like Euro, Dixie actually was able to backtest support, buyer stepped in, and now this daily, which closes in 5 hours and 37 minutes, is not looking the worst. Actually, it is holding the area that we need to. Now, if Dixie doesn't hold this area, which is the EMA 100 sitting at $104.23, more fuel to Euro, in my opinion, on actually basing this as support. You can kind of see Euro looks weak, looks like it's about to lose it, while Dixie here is looking stronger, and it's holding it. Now it's above it. That's why I think it's important to watch, Dixie, especially if you're trading the Euro pair. Dixie's at major support now. I've circled this area to kind of show that. We've gone down to this area a lot. The chart you can see here, it went perfectly to this support line again. And this is currently at $103.94. So ideally, remember, more times it gets tested, the weaker it is. So today, in my opinion, I think is going to be a big day for Dixie, which then will bleed into Forex pairs. You can see on the daily here that, you know, this is potentially the lower high. We made the lower low. So I guess we're now just on lower high watch, which is good. That's good for risk on overall. So we'll see how today looks. Euro's not looking the worst. The daily is looking quite heavy, actually. I meant Dixie's not looking the worst. Euro's not looking the best, simply just because it's rejecting off the 9, and this is an ugly candle. But I don't watch it too closely right up before an event like we have, because, you know, as we all know, it you know, kind of a coin flip now, because it can go either which way, and especially with FOMC, economic policy, it really does impact the dollar, which impacts other forex pairs. So very interesting.
Yeah, ideally we want to see the same dot plot for the future rate cuts as we had on the last meeting.
So I think markets will be happy if they just solidify the rate cut in September.
Yeah.
But I think the reason we started, Dixie started bidding a little bit more was because I think there was some comment that came out where they're not going to talk about like the projections or give any kind of, I don't know.
They're like rate cuts.
Yeah, which the market wants to be, they want to be told it's going to happen in September, I feel like. So.
Yeah, but I feel like Powell is never going to give us an actual date of when he's going to do it. Like, he's just going to do it.
No, he did say, and the reason why everyone front ran the crypto fall was in November, that meeting in November 2021, he came out and said, we're going to cut interest. We're going to raise interest rates. We're going to start raising interest rates next year. So with that, the crypto market just fucking completely sold like crazy instantly. And he did tell us. And actually, people were like, I don't believe you. And I was one of those people, because I was like, why would you raise interest rates? It's not going to help with inflation. You're going to have to pay more for your own debt. But when you figure out that Jamie Dimon owns the Fed, he can figure it out what the balance sheets of every single bank are, and he can just start bankrupting banks so that he can keep whatever good assets and then dump the bad assets to the Fed. That's when he makes sense. So I understand. Good for him.
They had this man Joe Biden as a scapegoat, taking all the blame for the interest.
Well, no, they have Jerome Powell. You think like those people that give us their face that always are wrong? They're just like the face of the stupidity, right? And they're the face of the Klan. So he put Jerome Powell in front of everyone and tell everyone he's the guy that fucked up. But he's not fucking up. They're doing what they need to do in order to win the most themselves, right? Like, it's just there's a big myth that people think that interest rates are really like lowering inflation. The only sector that it affects directly is the housing sector and the car sector. Nothing else gets affected by interest rates. Nothing else. It's crazy. Even though your credit card's high, like people are still going to have to be in debt. Like people still go in debt and still pay crazy interest rates on credit cards, no matter what the interest rate is. And that's why you see the expansion of debt continue. All right, I want to show these to everyone. Aquí lo tenemos una y otra vez. Esto es el dólar, el euro dólar. Está a 1.08 por 1.08 euros. Te dan un dólar. No, espérame. Por 1.08 dólares te dan un euro. Chingada madre, mi cerebro tuvo un pedito que se reventó. Hemos estado rangueando acá, ya llevamos un rato, desde noviembre del 2022, lo podemos ver. En diferentes timeframes se ve algo diferente. Les vamos a decir esto. No se ve tan saludable. ¿Qué es lo que estamos haciendo? Estamos creando nuevos bajos más altos. Sí, pero también estamos creando altos más bajos. Entonces, esto está viniéndose básicamente en un triángulo de compresión delicioso, donde podemos ver absolutamente esto, donde puedes también ver absolutamente esto. Y pronto va a jugar a dónde va a querer ir. Hoy tenemos la reunión del FOMC. Esta es la media del canal en el que está tradeando. Probablemente venga a ir a buscarlo acá, pero rápidamente vamos a poner nuestros EMAs, SMAs, etcétera, y podemos ver que estamos literalmente rompiendo a la baja el EMA 9 y estamos agarrándonos del 21. No le gusta perder tanto el 21. Cada que lo pierde hay bastante buena caidona. Entonces vamos a ver cómo aguanta esto de acuerdo al cierre de semanal. ¿Qué me dices en la diaria? En la diaria, temporalidades, acabamos de ser rechazados por el 21, el S&P 200 el 9, y eso nos pone en una, y estamos literalmente agarrándonos por el brazo de Dios del 100. Eso está en 1.08093. Vamos a ver dónde cerramos hoy, pero no se ve buena la cosa, se ve algo bajista y tenemos que ver si vamos a empezar a seguir a hacer más altos, más bajos y empezar a meter bajos más bajos en el euro dólar. Pero vamos a ver qué es lo que nos dice la Reserva Federal en estos días, damas y caballeros. All right. Is EBS a real thing?
Let's check.
EBS. Yeah. Emergent Bio Solutions. Holy shit.
Oh, man, this looks not the best, but it has a little bit of a recovery going on.
But it's not the worst, no?
Yeah, it's looking
wow.
Good.
Expand it. Dude, put the monthly and expand it.
Down.
You're either about to get a mega rejection, a mega, and you're going to go to lower lows, or you're about to head to like $33. Hang on.
All right. So what I'm seeing on the monthly, as you can see on the top right here, the momentum oscillator is at extreme, the most extreme levels it's been in ever since its inception in 2008. It's literally at 100%. It's going to be so much harder for bulls to keep up momentum while it's up here than when it was just as it was for the bears to keep the momentum down when it was all the way down here. We're getting our jewel giving us a buy signal, and we're getting DMI start to turn green for the first time since August of 2021. What the bulls are looking for is if it continues to close like this for the next 2 hours, so it looks like it's going to, and close above this yellow 21 EMA. If we close above this yellow 21 EMA, then that will give us a target around this consolidation block before the drop, somewhere around $27 to $30.66.
Yeah.
That would be the next zone where, based on how it looks from this whole drop, I would more bet that it would reject this and go down than I would expect it to close above and go higher. If we do happen to close above this 200 SMA, though, I think it's going to go up to test around this zone around here, around $40, come back down to retest the 200, and if it holds, make a little higher low there and continue upwards towards these rejective highs, possibly even up towards this gap over here at around $86. But right now on the monthly, it's looking like it's working towards a lower high instead of a reversal back towards all-time highs. On the weekly, what's giving confluence for that move to go back up to retest those previous lower highs is that we're getting a fresh silver cross on the weekly right here, where the 21 just crossed the 55. But based on this candle right here and based on the momentum and volatility, I would be looking for a pullback from here. We want to see on this next weekly open that this 9 EMA moves up to somewhere around this zone right here, around $10.95 to $11. And if it does, I would look for a retest around there, and that would be my my maximum opportunity zone for the bulls, where you would long the test of the 9 EMA and you would target to these previous rejective highs somewhere around $20 to possibly $18. And if you get any type of close below this 9 EMA, then you would just cut it. Right now, we're getting the same confluence on the jewel, where it's giving us a God mode sell signal, but it's still cyan. So it's not telling us that we're about to reverse this whole thing, but we're going to get a little bit of a pullback. And with the weekly silver cross, the 9 EMA should provide a whole bunch of buying support, because this is a real stock and boomers tend to put a lot of weight into these EMAs. Look for an entry there back to those $20 highs. And even that is, I believe, like a 75 to 80% move from here. I wouldn't personally take that trade. I would rather see if it plays out and then look for shorting somewhere between $18 and $20 back down towards these lows somewhere around 150.
You wouldn't take the bounce up?
No,
like
I would not.
If it goes and retest? Oh, okay.
I wouldn't trade it. It's a little too aggressive for my style of trading. I'd rather look for the lower high to short it. If I would take the trade, I would have taken it somewhere around here when I saw that these EMAs were about to cross. And as long as the price is above both of those EMAs, they will cross. So I would have taken the long somewhere around here at $6.95 to $7.
But now I consider it too far gone to me to play this move to the upside.
Okay.
It just comes back to risk management.
Really does. Yeah. And knowing what exactly looks good and works for you when you identify certain trends happening in front of you or certain indicators like triggering to create an entry, right? That's normally what it is. What most people don't understand about trading is it's just understanding the basic concept of what the fuck is a trend line, what's a downtrend, what's an uptrend, what's a gap fill, like basic stuff. Then pairing it up with great indicators, what works with those indicators along with temporality, so that if you're looking at a chart, you want to know that you want to look big, small, smaller. And then go from there and see what exactly is the process that you follow that makes you go into something, and how you can validate that process over and over again, saying this is positive, this is negative for me.
And the difference between trading and gambling is that you want to know where you're wrong and you want to know where to cut it. Like when you're gambling, you have no idea. You're just throwing money and you're just losing it. But you have to know where you're wrong.
Yeah.
And no shame in cutting your trade when you're wrong.
Oh no, and that, a lot of people do feel that. Like it's I don't know why it's such a bad thing. Someone was just telling me, I'm down in Nvidia like $6 a share. What do I do? I'm like, dude, if you don't feel comfortable, fucking cut it. Just go move into something that you feel more comfortable in. And if there's not such a thing, then stay the fuck away.
Yeah.
You know?
If you're crying when you're down like 6%, you're going to be crying a lot more when you're down 60%.
Can you imagine? Yeah. So what's the fucking point? All right, let me put this on. Thank you, sir. Esto es EBS. Lo vamos a empezar a ver en la mensual, como siempre, para que tengan una buena idea de lo que ha hecho el precio. Esta es una vela de tope, pero de textbook, cabrones, en la mensual. Y vean lo interesante del movimiento, esta gran subida, gran bajada, y ahora tienes esta, básicamente este subidón, dongo por acá. Lo vamos a poner en la semanal. En la semanal, cuando estamos viendo los indicadores de Farhan, básicamente todo está sobrevolado. La volatilidad y todo está hasta el techo, y eso nos dice que muy probablemente, porque acabamos de retomar, pueden ver el IMA 5, el IMA 21, digo el 9, el 21, y estamos ahorita justamente encima del 100. Aquí hay una probabilidad de que si podemos aguantar por acá, pero los voy a llevar a la diaria, porque la diaria nos cuenta una mejor historia, me parece. En la diaria estamos rechazando el EMA 9 y vamos muy probablemente a venir a buscar el 1131. En este gráfico lo que queremos hacer es ver si nos va a dar soporte, va a aguantar esto y va a empezar a empujar para arriba para crear un nuevo alto. Quieres esperarte a pasar esto, porque lo que probablemente vaya a hacer el precio es quedarse por acá y hacer un alto más bajo. Eso es lo que creemos. ¿Dónde está la oportunidad buena de entrada? La oportunidad buena de entrada sería si pierdes esto. Wait, Farhan, the opportunity, the max opportunity on this is you come back and retest the
9 EMA.
The 9 EMA, right? And once you retest the 9 EMA, then we're good to go. Okay. Thank you, sir. Lo que queremos hacer es básicamente en la semanal darle chance a esto, a ir a buscar y retestear el EMA 9, que está en los 9.76, y si puedes rebotar y crear un nuevo alto, eso muy probablemente te lleve a los 21, y de los 21 tal vez por ahí de los 30 o a esta zona, pero tienes que esperarte a ver cómo se juega esto. No es tan claro y todo está sobrecomprado. Está difícil para los toros, para los alcistas poder aguantar esto. Vamos a ver si pueden aguantarlo. Ok. Microsoft.
I got this one. Alex is running to the restroom.
Do it up, Alex.
Nice. All right, 1 second.
Microsoft.
Bill Gates.
Oh, yeah.
Our favorite man.
Oh, dude, he's my guy. Whatever Bill Gates tells me to put in my body, I will. Even if it's his penis.
He was at Epstein Island, so who knows?
You never know. Hey, I'll gladly take it. A billionaire dick up my ass. Sorry, everyone that's watching and doesn't understand what the fuck you're watching. We're just having fun here.
So momentum is pointed very heavily towards the downside, we are pointed lower than here, while price is technically higher than here. So if we can make a local low somewhere around here, we'd have to get a close above $431.58. We need 2 closes above that. Then we have a confirmed hidden bullish divergence, and we would target the top 78.6% level, which is currently at $513.92. But it doesn't look the best for a local low right now because we bounced several times off the 21 EMA and we've lost it, while volatility is going up and we're getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel. What I would say is most likely to happen, and I would consider this an opportunity zone, is longing somewhere around here at the 55 EMA, which is around $390.91. You would set a limit order there, and it fills. You would wait for it to retest this upper zone around 38.2 level at $435.50. By that close, this median is most likely going to come down as well. And ideally, you would want to see the median line up with this level. If you would get a bounce from there, you would target that. If you find any type of weakness around that level, you would close it immediately in profit. And if it closes above that level, you would hold it back towards that $513 zone, and you would cut half of your trade there and leave the rest with a stop loss at this zone. So if it does retest this, you would get out at profit, or if it not, you would have the rest of the trade to keep going back up. And that would confirm the hidden bullish divergence. If we do happen to close below this 55 EMA, that would be your rejection point, where your risk management, and then you would just cut the trade, and we would probably come down to this 200 SMA at $302. Right now, it's somewhere in the middle because we do have potential hidden bullish divergence, but we don't have a local low. So we could easily, almost certainly, we're probably going to come down to $390. But that's going to be the zone to watch to see if we get a strong bounce here, or if we don't get a bounce here, then we're likely to go significantly lower, which it seems like all the tech stocks are like that right now.
Yeah. It's they're all following each other for sure. Like we saw, they all made. Oh wow, Nvidia is 10% up today.
On the daily right here on Microsoft, we're very close to getting a silver cross to the downside. As long as the price is below this 55 EMA at $430, this silver cross is going to confirm within the next 2 closes. Then we can expect it to move up to tap this blue 9 EMA, get a rejection there, and I would say we're going to go down towards this 200 SMA at the least, around $403, which lines up with our previous $390 target. Probably get a little bit of a bounce there, retest the 200, and reject it from there, I would say. Break these lows by a lot, and at the least probably come down to $378. And on top of that, we're getting a fresh sell signal on the daily jewel. We're getting momentum flipping back down freshly, and we're getting volatility supporting that. So on the low time frames, it's seeming like we're probably going to have the bearish setup play out.
It does seem like it. So
it's finally time for Apple to take back their throne as number 1.
I know. It's been a while, and also I hate the fucking blue screen. I hate the blue screen. Let me ask you something then, real quick, because you're looking at this on. This is the daily, but on the daily, this is where you're having the silver cross, right? If the silver cross is going to happen in 2 days. If you have a close below the 431, no, it was the weekly, right?
Yeah, if you get any close below $429.55, these two are going to cross to the downside.
Yeah, so 429, I would say. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Vale, Microsoft. ¿Qué estamos viendo en Microsoft? Un poco de debilidad, parece que topamos acá, pero también esta no es una vela de tope, esta era la vela de tope y acá te rompió la confirmación. Este movimiento, este cierre verde, eliminó esto. Ahora, ¿qué está pasando? Vamos a intentar ver esto desde la semanal para que veas. El EMA 9 está aquí arriba, justamente el 21 está en los 425. Los 425, estando aquí, nos pone en una situación interesante, porque en la semanal está a punto de hacer un silver cross para la baja, y eso es, si el precio no puede subir arriba, y anótenlo esto porque es importante, de 429, si no puede romper los 429 en 2 cierres, muy probablemente tengas ese silver cross en la semanal, y estamos hablando de la semanal, y eso te vaya a llevar literalmente a darte una vuelta a los 389 y de ahí probablemente para abajo. Es lo que estamos viendo. Aquí lo que queremos hacer, y si eres alcista, quieres o retomar este EMA 21 o el 9 o venir a testear sin hacer un bajo más bajo que el de los 388 y de ahí rebotar a la alza y ver cómo quedas. Pero esto tiene cara de que quiere corregir un poco más y que probablemente sí venga a verse más downside, pero tenemos que esperar a ver los cierres. En la diaria es un poco de la misma historia. Pueden ver cómo perdimos todos estos niveles. Cada que perdemos EMA 9, el 21 y el 100, ¿qué pasa? Vamos a ver. No lo hemos perdido en un rato. La última vez que lo perdimos fue acá y ese movimiento tomó ¿cuánto? A la baja, 32%. Parece que básicamente todo lo que estamos viendo, cada que hay ese tipo de movimientos, es un 32% lo que estamos hablando de pérdida. Así que aquí lo intentó perder, pero lo volvió a retomar rápidamente. Mantengamos un ojo abierto acá, a ver si sigue bajando. Y si viene a testear acá con el SMA 200, que está en los 402.97. Pero sobre todo no se ve tan bien Microsoft ahorita si lo quieres ver a la alza.
I'm crossing my fingers we don't hear any microwaves. I mean, vacuums in the background because the cleaning ladies are here and they have a key. I forgot they were coming to clean the house.
No. Okay, this has been 4 hours. I think we should just do one more and let's fucking call it a day. How about that?
Let's do it.
That sounds good.
Should we do, what's the next one? We already did MPW, right? We already did UNG. Let's do DAVA for Terre.
DAVA, interesting.
I think we already did it, yeah. Or at least I have.
Yeah, let me chart this. Yeah, I've never seen this before. What does it do? Do you know? Or what?
No fucking clue. But man, this is like a Christmas tree. Straight up. Hang on. Look at this one. It's like a nice Christmas tree.
That's the Christmas tree pattern with a little bit of a head and shoulders right there.
You can just do a couple of ornaments right here.
This head and shoulders would give us a negative target.
Can you imagine? This would be the most insane head and shoulders in the universe.
Oh, wow.
It was kind of like the Solana one that took us to fucking nothing.
Yeah, people were targeting negative $5 on Solana.
I was one of those people. I was like, this shit's gonna go fucking lower than 0. No, I thought it was gonna go to under $1, which I missed. By the way, price stopped at 8. That was not too far away from the top to $8, $1. I want to say now, looking back at my analysis, I wasn't too lost. It was completely wrong, but I wasn't too lost.
Yeah, back then I was posting on my Instagram a target of $5 and never got hit.
But you were closer than me by $3. This is all I have for these guys. Yeah, it's like a nice, beautiful Christmas tree. I bet it's going to look more like a head. Yep. Well, I mean, what happened here?
Massive deviation. Bull trap.
Mega bull trap. And now it's kind of like compressing into this. All right, here we go.
Nice. So yeah, this is my chart on the weekly. This is interesting to me because on the weekly, you can see this is kind of predatory. We had to move all the way up to resistance and then a move all the way down, breaking the weekly EMA 9 and also meme support. This leads me to believe that this was just a nice bear trap where price basically didn't, on a closing basis, didn't do much. And then now we get that expansion up. Nice weekly candle forming actually here. Very strong. We see where buyers step in exactly where they needed to, not even breaking this low. And now we're getting that expansion up. So currently, let me see here. The weekly, yes, closes in 2 days. I'll be watching that. Let's flip to the daily. The daily, in my opinion, and let's throw on that daily SMA 200 just to kind of see here. Perfect. So yeah, the daily to me is looking like it has the momentum to definitely push up to this $33.73 region. Strong resistance overall. We can see that here on this rejection, another one, and then these two rejections here. So, but we also know the more times that resistance is tapped, the weaker it gets. So that's something I'd be watching for the coming days. right now, this is kind of a no trade zone. The entry would have been either any EMA 9 daily reclaim, or you would have just longed the meme support, close it if we lost it on any daily closure. Now we're getting that expansion, so I wouldn't be looking to long here. If we do get that push up, I'd be looking for some consolidation above this level. That'd be a nice SR flip, which is just resistance flipped into support. That'd be very nice and clean.
It's also an inverse head and shoulders on the daily.
Yeah.
Like a motherfucker.
Let's see.
I guess I see that right here and right here.
Yeah.
I feel like the target would be that top red line.
This one?
Let me see.
Or this?
Yeah. Start from that middle line to the wick low, and then you can start put it towards the top yellow line.
It would be about 43.12 for me.
Yeah, right up there with that red line.
Yeah, $42 region.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, very clean. So what I see here right now is we potentially have a daily head, the inverse head and shoulders with a nice target, and we see here that this actually has a nice gap. This range here might seem big, but when we get a breakout and people have just been shorting this and getting accustomed to that, it could potentially flip things. And so we'll know basically daily and is getting a lot of momentum and potentially breaking out is if we simply just break this region here. We can see this would probably break this wick high rejection along with this wick high rejection. Leads me to believe that there's probably a lot of short stops set up there. Getting back above basing probably leads us to, maybe it goes to 40 to 42, a nice little range there, but still a nice move regardless.
Yeah. If I were to trade this inverse head and shoulders, I would have my take profit at like $40 basically.
Yeah, same. And so the idea right here is, it's a no trade zone. Nice. Let's get a nice healthy move like this, burst up, back test, and then we can long up, something like that in an ideal world. That is you can have an easy stop loss because you can just have it super tight on any closure below this level here at $33.73. Overall, not looking bad, holding where it needs to hold. Watch the daily resistance, the spot I just mentioned, and the weekly chart's looking quite strong, so I want to see where that closes. But yeah, very strong, very nice.
Yeah, it's finally retaking that level of the EMA 9.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it back tested it here and it held it here. So, bears had their chance to bring this down, especially on this rejection here. But to me, this just looks like a trap. So we'll see.
It could very well be. It could very well be. Thank you, Alex. Okay. Varias cosas que estamos viendo en esto. Vamos a ponerlo en la semanal rápidamente para ti, mi queridísima Tere. Esto es lo que nos estás pidiendo para que la gente pueda ver bien todo esto. Es una acción relativamente nueva, 2018, ¿no? No. One second. Ok. Me lleva el pene. Dame un segundo. De todas maneras se queda grabado. Es lo bueno. Ok. Tenemos esto y lo tenemos en la semanal en este momento. Como puedes ver en la semanal, estás literalmente retomando el EMA 9. Y esto es bastante bueno porque veniste a tomarlo desde acá. ¿Desde cuándo lo habías perdido? Desde el principio del fin. O sea, desde acá arriba no has podido estar encima de él más que para acá. Y ve el zampompazo que te dio. Estás hablando de la última vez que lo pudiste vencer. Te dio un zampompazo de 47%. Nada mal. Nada mal viéndolo en la semanal así. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos buscando? Tener un buen cierre arriba de esto, tal cual en los 32. Pero tu verdadero nivel está aquí arriba en los 33, 81, pongámosle. Porque cuando te lo pongo en la diaria te puedes dar cuenta rapidísimo qué es lo que hay ahí abajo. Hay un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Aquí tienes el hombro, la cabeza y el hombro de esto. Y tiene un objetivo literalmente por acá de los 44, por lo que yo lo pondría a los 40. Ahora, se va a dar esto, tienes que quedarte viendo y asegurándote que estés por encima del EMA 9, que vayas a retestear esto y romperlo a la alza. Este es literalmente el punto de tu neckline del Head and Shoulders inverso, por ahí de los 33.69. Quieres tener un cierre fuerte semanal aquí arriba y una confirmación para poder pensar que te va a dar ese respirote e irte hasta los 40. Pero podría también ser un bull trap, podría ser una trampa, porque ves acá la diferencia de estas velas. La gente vio el precio llegar acá, se emocionó, compraron y les vendieron. Acá todo el mundo cuando llegó acá shorteó, y acá estás viendo cómo están shorteando igual. Así que mantén un ojo bien pelado y es lo que tenemos que decir. Boys, anything else that we might want to add? I think before we go, I'll do the traditional shilling of everything that we do.
The shameless plug.
The shameless plug. Let's do it. I got you, boys. I'm good at this. I can do the plug, I think. 1 second. Okay. Here we go. Let me just do this. Okay. And plugs ready. Bueno, ya saben, si quieren ustedes unirse a nuestro trading, pueden usar los enlaces que hay en la descripción de abajo. Esto es el Blofin, el exchange que usamos en Estados Unidos, donde no hay KYC y no hay KYC, lo puedes usar dentro de Estados Unidos, donde sea. Estamos regalando para toda la gente que esté entrando con nuestro enlace un Rolex, sí, es un Rolex, que es la más verga de todas, un iPhone, un Nintendo Switch y muchas más cosas que habíamos puesto ayer. Lo único que tienen que hacer es suscribirse con nuestro enlace que está ahí abajo y ya no les cuesta absolutamente nada. También tenemos al potentísimo Bitget para todos ustedes que son internacionales. Esto sí requiere KYC. Los fees son más baratos acá, así que es uno por otro. Tú escoge cuál quieres, cuál te acomoda. Aquí tienes los dos y aquí es donde voy a tener que abrir próximamente mi de Bitcoin. También está en el enlace abajo, se llama Bitget y recuerden darse una vuelta a nuestro Discord también. I'm going to do it quickly in English. Everybody, if you guys are watching, you want to trade with us, go get your Bitget account registered. The link is in the description down below. Bitget is an international exchange. It doesn't work in the United States unless you're using a VPN and all that good stuff, but the fees are lower. Now, on the other hand, we are also working with Blofin. And in Blofin, which is where whales are made, so this is where you probably want to go. In Blofin, we're giving away a Rolex, we're giving away a Nintendo Switch, we're giving away an iPhone, we're giving away a bunch of stuff according to trading metrics. We have everything and all of that information on our Discord, so go check it out. Registering is for free. Blofin doesn't require KYC, and it works in the United States naturally because they have all the permits that they need. So there's Blofin. We also have Bitget, like I mentioned, and Bitget is just more of an international tool. If you live in the United States, you're going to need to use a VPN and then deal with all of that, but they do have lower fees. And don't forget to visit our Discord either. Remember that our Discord's open for all of you guys 24/7. Probably we're not going to answer 24/7. I'll never answer, but these guys will at some point whenever they wake up.
Yeah, just tag us.
Always on it.
Exactly. Just tag Farhan, just tag Alex, and they'll be right there for you to support you with all of the bad decisions that you're making on your trades and hopefully help you and guide you in the right direction to make your good trades. This was Elite Trading Academy, not Elite Trading Academy. And we're going to be back Friday, boys?
Yes, sir.
Sounds
Looking
great.
forward to it.
Let's do it. So, guys, we'll see you Friday. Todos nos vamos a ver el viernes. Vamos a tener otra sesión con estos cracks de Elite Trading Academy para que todo el mundo pueda aprender. Cualquier pregunta que tengan, lo que sea, vayan al Discord. Está el enlace en la parte de abajo para que puedan o aprovechar todos nuestros enlaces, llevarse todos los bonos que existen o por cualquier pregunta que tengan de dónde entraron, dónde salieron, etcétera. Les mandamos un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Muchísimas gracias. Everybody, thank you so much. We'll see you on the next one, which is going to be Friday. So hopefully you like this.
Yeah, sounds good. See you guys there.
Let's go.